You're welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing that I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I can't do like a kid.
Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time,
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yaya Bello. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yaya Bello. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to yet another very interesting episode of special discussion on Have Your Say. My name is KJ. I'm sitting here on behalf of Dr. Damages, and we're going to have a very interesting discussion today. Remember, it's Have Your Say. You are free to say the way you feel it, as long as you're not being insultive, you are not being you are saying what is true and what can be verifiable. We welcome all shades of opinion. We do not try to stop you or force you to believe in what you believe. Ours here is to present all the shades of gray, all the shades, gray, blue, green, whatever it is. God has given you that right, and nobody can take it away from you. Say it the way you feel it, especially if you are saying what is right and what is lawful. So we welcome you to this special edition. I'm sorry we're starting a bit like 30 minutes late, and that's because my system won't just it refused to download anything. I don't know for what reason, and I've tried, but thank God for Show, who is somewhere behind, who helped to get most of the videos that we're going to use today up and running. And so we're going to start on a very interesting note today. And like I said, it's going to be good discussion. It's going to be interesting. And I promise you, today we don't have pension for those who come with insult. If you come with insults, we'll take you out. We're not going to tolerate that today. So if you want to make your input, please make it very respectfully, mindful of other people. And of course, that the viewers are also, some of them have kids watching with us. So we will not allow you to just run to every direction. Let's try and be guided. Thank you so much. And based on that faithful note, I think we will start like this.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,000,000 1,844,000,000 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not on the record. What?
Oh yes, that is really off the record. And while he's trying to get those figures together, I think we'll start like this. We're going to start with Ecclesiastic chapter 3, verse 16, and I read for you. I also noticed that under the sun there is evil in the courtrooms. Yes, even the courts of law are corrupt. I said to myself, indeed, in due season, God will judge everyone, both good and evil, and all of their deeds. Yeah. I also thought about the human condition, how God has proved to people that they are also like animals. All right, I will stop there. And that's on the note, that note that I'm coming to you this afternoon to let you know that some of the things we're going to be discussing today may not be, very sweet, but they're the truth. Just like the word of God have said, in the face of injustice, it's only a fool that will remain silent. We have lined up, but because of how the discussion is going to go, I'm assuming. So we're going to just narrow down on certain items and leave every other thing if we cannot have time to make good the discussion. And so we will start with my brother show. I don't see. Okay, while we start with the first topic, I was going to start with the Sultan of Sokoto's statement on Jihad, but somehow my system refused to upload it, and show my brother have also not been able to find it. So while we wait for him or for that to come, let's move on. Let's move on, and I will start with Dan Azar.
Southern Nigeria is under full invasion. Okay, let's get started. Gonna look at it one after the other, state by state. Starting from Ondo, Oyo, Ogun, Ekiti, Osun, Benue, Edo, Enugu, Ebonyi. At the end of the day, we are going to look at the experience of this man, Afenifere youth leader, how he was kidnapped. You are going to listen to his video. So let's get started if you are interested. Please, if you have not subscribed to my channel, kindly subscribe. Don't forget to press the notification bell so whenever I drop a video, you will be notified, okay? Let's start. The reporters say for Ondo State, kidnapping in broad daylight, killings, 25 people murdered in 4 communities, okay? RAPE cases, including an elderly woman who was gang raped by these animals, okay? Abduction of students and farmers, armed robbery, boss ambush, destruction of farmlands, demand for ransom. For instance, a case of 100 million. Murders of health worker, general insecurity. People are afraid to go out. Protests by women and farmers in Ondo State. Okay? Let's go to Oyo State. Kidnapping of farmers and residents. Armed assault with AK-47s. Torture and beatings of victims. Home invasion at night. Demand for ransom. There's a case of 50 million. Attempt murder. Shot fired at dogs. Destruction of peace in rural communities. Another one, Ogun State. Destruction of farmlands, cassava, rice farm. Invasion by hundreds of cows. Harassment of farmers and women. A pregnant woman gave birth in the bush while fleeing. Fear and displacement. People, they drive them come out from their community. Regular attack by S-men. Ongoing farmer and elder conflict. Quarrel every day. Because of person won't take care of his cow or waiting person don't suffer, cultivate. Ekiti State, killings, kidnapping, RAPE, destruction of farmlands, border attacks from Kogi side, crimes mainly in rural and border areas. Let's go to Osun State, destruction of plantations by grazing cows, bloody clashes between farmers and herders, attacks despite at the open grazing law. Benue State, regular by e.g. 2 soldiers, 3 civilians, ambushes, destruction of communities. These are just summaries. You can go and read the report by yourself. Repeated attacks in Jato Aka area. Residents forced to flee home. Mass displacement. Once they drive them come out, they take over their farms. They take over their farms, their houses, and stay in those rural communities. Once they drive community come out, the best thing what they do, like Benue State, they go build IDP camp for them. That is people who get houses. They're Fulani S-men, they go stay for their houses. They don't think go drive them come out. I don't know the reason. If you know the reason, drop it in the comment section. For Edo State, buying 8 people in 1 month, including seminaria. Kidnappings. There are so many that to even measure themselves, even Vanguard, they tire. destruction of farmlands, armed S-men attacking communities, rapes of women, fear and protests in many areas. Everywhere, order full evasion. And security is number one responsibility of any responsible government. Enugu State, women violently assaulted. I saw one report. One guy was lamenting, a northerner, lamenting on TikTok. He said he went to the community. He saw the elders, where they are living. These are not their houses. Border between Enugu and Benue. They took over their houses, their lands. The original owner of the land, they ran to nearby communities, while elders from the north came to Enugu to take over their lands. They are there till tomorrow. I saw that guy on TikTok, lamenting. What are they doing? The governors, what are they doing? Police, soldiers, and the rest, what are they doing? Mr. President, real owners of lands are driven out in favor of cows. Just imagine. Beatings and mutilation. Farmers attack in their fields. Occupation of forests by S-men. Large-scale protests by women. Communities unable to defend themselves because they are carrying assorted rifles. Let's continue. Ebonyi State. Killings, e.g., mass killing in Amegu, Ukala. Burning of houses, injuries, and displacement of villagers. Attacks despite police effort. You don't see and so, but the problem is that if they invade your farm, like this man, according to this report, a man decided to what? To spray his rice farm with pesticide. Go out, go rest. Before you know it, the wicked one brought their cows to graze on his rice. Before you know it, 20 cows were allegedly poisoned. They can't tell the story against him. They thought say the man poison rice shaft. Call Fulani S-men. Now he called them, say they go chop the rice shaft to buy the man's cows. The man don't call anybody. They can't tell the story against the man. Arrest the man. Why did you poison your rice farm? The man don't poison them. Just pesticide to protect his own farm. No be another person farm. They call the man criminal for that report. The Association of Fulani S-men, Benue State, the chairman called the man criminal for poisoning his rice and inviting elders to come and eat the rice. Whereas the man don't do it like that. He only poison his crops. Now pesticide. All of a sudden, unknowingly to that elder, carry his cows come, go chop am. Now so they buy. They can't arrest the man for doing that. Just imagine. Then what can you do? You know this story. This one was in his own farm. Before you know it, he saw elders destroying his farm. Try to stop them. They attack him. He fought back by the elder. They carry the matter go police station. Carry the matter go court. Today, they don't convict him. They say they go buy him. Meaning, if they come to your farm, the best thing now to allow them buy you. That is the meaning of this judgment. Now, listen to what this man is saying.
I say, my name is Prince Enola Ojajuni, the National President of Afenifere National Youth Council. To all the leaders of the Yorubas, presently, the OPC leader, and all the present leaders of the Yorubas, it happened to occur on the 17th of February. I have a meeting in Abuja with Abuja Chambers of Commerce. Unfortunately, my flight was scheduled for Tuesday, and I just have to be in Abuja on Monday. Like I said, we proceed on that journey on that fateful Monday. It was a black Monday, a Monday that I will never forget in my life. A Mondays of sorrow, a Mondays of agony and pains, because what I went through, it was the grace of God. I know mercy of God. It has saved me for that terrible experience. And what happened to me, I doubt it can happen in Borno State, in Castina, in all the northern part of this state, because I believe the Yoruba, what our leaders have said, no Yoruba can go to part of the north and kidnap the Eminence or any leaders of the northern part. So as a result of this, I think urgent needs to be taken in order for us to stop this ungodly attitude of Fulani X-Men, because I was signaled by Fulani X-Men. Like I said, on that 17th, when we get to Ondo State, I'm from Ondo State, after Ikare, the journey was smoothly and we proceed to a town called. It was after the second day. I was released on the 1st of March. My phone was being tracked. The funny part of this scenario is that even when we were being kidnapped, it was 3 minutes or 2 minutes checking point. When the first ransom was paid by a young man in Badon, they paid the ransom very close to the checking point. When the second ransom was paid by a lady in Kwara State, the money was paid. If you know Akaba very well, if I go to Abuja, at the back of the woman that is selling food, the second ransom was paid there. The third ransom was paid opposite Nigerian prison service, very close to the military point. My own ransom, I was to be paid in Ikare, Akoko, but because my phone was retracked, they have to check the location. So a day I was released, they knew that I cannot go because sustained 2 minute injury, I have been weak. One of them just have to go to a journey, about 3 hours journey.
Chief of Army Staff, retired General Theophilus Danjuma, has once again asked citizens to rise up and defend themselves in the face of the unending security threats. General Danjuma insisted that government alone cannot protect everyone, and if Nigerians do not defend themselves, bandits and other criminal elements will overrun the country for their selfish interests. He was speaking at an event in Takum local government area of Taraba State.
I know we have a lot of problems, including security. As recently as 2 or 3 days ago, we've experienced kidnapping near Kashimila, and the threat of kidnapping will continue until we, every one of us, rise up and defend ourselves. It is quite clear the government alone cannot do it. I have warned very long time ago in a speech in Ukari, that our people must be prepared to defend themselves. That warning is as valid today as it was when I made it.
He was shooting up, kidnapping. Your brother was killed. Yes, sir. When did this happen? Since last month, December. That is this 24th. December 24th. Yes, sir. Your brother was killed. Was killing. December 24th, yes, 2024. Wow. And so, since your brother was killed, you people came to this place. Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir. Since then, have they been attacking you again? Yes, even to attack you yesterday in our place. In Liberia? Yes, sir. How many people were killed? They killed one yesterday, one person they are killing yesterday. Okay. Now, all this while they have been attacking, how many people have they kidnapped? Now in their bush, there are a lot of people. They will reach like 15 people now in their hand now. Okay. And what are they saying? They are asking for money.
As the world starts to awaken to the barbaric treatment of certain Christian communities in Nigeria, survivors of the systematic kidnapping and ethnic cleansing by radical groups are starting to speak out. Mike Ode James, a correspondent for Truth Nigeria, is here with the breaking details. Mike, what can you tell us about this ethnic cleansing?
Thanks, Raj. Ethnic cleansing actually is a form of trying to, eradicate systematically certain tribes, and I'm relative to Nigeria, certain tribes in Nigeria who are not Muslims, who are not Hausas, they are not Fulanis, but they are indigenous, especially to northern Nigeria. And they are being systematically eradicated by both Boko Haram, that is Islamic jihadists, Ansaru, ISWAP, then the Fulani ethnic militia. Now, this ethnic cleansing comes in form of violence against the Christians in the north and beyond the north. It also comes in form of kidnapping for ransom. Anytime they kidnap, They will also kill, and they will ask for millions of Nigerian currency, which those farmers may not have, which they do not have, and they will end up selling their lands, their properties. If they have motorcycles, they sell them off, and then they are years, about 30 years setback, and then they have nowhere to go. Again, this form of ethnic cleansing comes in form of even the refusal of the security agencies to go after these terrorists. They will come always late. They come late at night, and they come late. I mean, when the events happen, when there's a report of an attack on a community, you call them. They come maybe 2 hours late when these terrorists have done their job, and they are off. I will also commend the military. They're doing something good, but they always come in late.
So, Mike, I know you have personally ran into survivors of this, systematic kidnapping who escaped some of these camps. And honestly, when I was hearing you explain what's happening in these camps, I haven't seen a report about this anywhere in the world. So can you tell us what those survivors told you is happening?
First of all, I will have to react to a little bit of what you said. You have not seen those reports because the media do not want to report them. The government do not want to see them. And even the world, America, also is refusing to acknowledge that. But thank God for one Mr. George Sword, who came in and saw it. And then he came with his team, equipping the persecuted, and they helped to expose these things. Now I'm going to tell you what is happening in those camps, like you wanted me to. These people, the Christians who are being kidnapped, are subjected to dehumanizing condition. Only the tribes that are found in camps that were operated by Nazis in the 30s and in the 40s. I'm serious. I've seen photos, I've seen the reenactment of the Nazi camps. When you see the people that came out of the terror camps in Nigeria operated by the Fulanis, you will be unhappy. These people, sometimes they are raped, they are gang raped, especially the younger ladies. They are raped. The men are flogged with iron bars. They are chained to their hands, to their legs, and every day they are being flogged. And if you're unlucky, if one is unlucky, he and his wife is being captured, kept in that place. They will subject the wife to raping every now and then. Before they have sexual intercourse with her, they wake the husband and say, you look at it. And if it is a woman, if the woman is taken, and the husband is far away, they will put it on video, they'll put it on record. I mean, they'll call the man, put on the set, and then start raping the woman so that the man can hear the cry. And they do the same to the male victims. They flog them, and then they say, cry more so that your people can know that, yeah, you are suffering. And they don't eat. Some of them say they eat once in 2 weeks. If you look at the latest victim we were speaking to, if you have the picture up, she had a kind of something very tiny, something like an eggplant, and she said, Mike, this is what we eat in 3 days. We're able to go and get them from somewhere, and we eat them once in 3 days if we are lucky. And a lot of some of them that have ailments like diabetes, asthma, they die. And some of the victims, like one of the girls that I was speaking to, she said, look, we were asked to pack cups of Christians that were slaughtered. I packed almost 20 and go and dump them in the river. The other woman that spoke to me in the native language called Hausa, she said, I have packed a lot of dead bodies, I and the other prisoners or the other captives, and went and dumped them. So, it's a horror camp. You don't shift, you don't move, there is nothing you can do.
This isn't a war where there's casualties. This sounds a lot like concentration camps. And,
Raj, we are at war. It's a concentration camp. We are at war. Just last week in Benue alone, over 150 people were killed. In Jos alone, over 200 people were killed, and they are still killing. That count is even more than what is happening in Bosnia and what's happening in Ukraine. The Russians do not kill so much in Ukraine like they are killing in Nigeria. The Israelis that they are bombing, that's been bombed, the Israeli bombing bombing the Palestinians, and people are shouting. I don't see the counts that Israelis has killed 20, but in a day, the Fulani terrorists kill more than 20 in Nigeria. In a day, the death toll can rise up to 300 or 150 and so on. When you keep on counting, So we are at war, whether you want it or not. The military has been deployed to over 31 states out of Nigeria's 35 states. We are at war. And the camps they are operating, these people are doing it deliberately to kill, to torture, to exterminate the people who are living in their own lands. They are doing that. So what we're having is horror. I have also spoken to a lot of these captives who just got released. They said, yeah, the bandits, the Fulani terrorists told them that this is religious war. We are killing you people because we want you to die. You are not our religion. We want you to go. Like, this is war.
And it wasn't too long ago, a few days ago, that another several dozen people were killed by Boko Haram, not too far from you, correct?
Well, the Boko Haram is in the northwest. Northeast, around the Lake Chad area. I am virtually in the central area, but whatsoever happens in the whole of Nigeria reverberates. Boko Haram was actually set up by whoever it is to cleanse the country of Christians. When they say Boko Haram, that means Western education is haram. Haram in Islam means forbidden, and it should be exterminated. And that is where it concerns you people, the Americans. You think when they are done with killing the Nigerian Christians, they are going to leave the Americans? No. Remember the shoe bomber, the December shoe bomber? Is it, that came in from, that wanted to bomb an American airline? By the time they are done with us, we'll have millions of radicalized people who wants to get to the American interest. Now, Nigeria is a country of about over 200 million. Imagine if they are able to plunge Nigeria into crisis like Somalia. You are going to be having a lot of terrorists that is going to move into Cameroon. They are going to move into Ghana. They are going to move into Niger Republic. And what will they be doing? Bombing American interest, kidnapping American citizens, kidnapping the West. So it's not only the Christians that this.
Ko da kafa mu kai salvation don mana mu je garin lantan mu bi garin lantan din mana me ake tsoro ne me muke fargaba ne a duniya ne ba mutuwa ba ce malaman mu wallahi dole su dubi akan wannan al'amari committee da ake ba zai mana maganin abin ba a kawo taimako an ba wa 'yan gudun hijira miliyan 5-10 wannan kaskanci ne mu haɗu a garin mana a shiga mota inda kafa ne daga nan zuwa lantan wallahi za mu je da kafa menene abin da muke yi ne in ba za su yi ba malaman da ke karantar da mu ba ma so mu ketare iyakar su ne muna respecting din su ne muna jiran su ne in ba su da lokaci wallahi tallahi na amince zan zama komanda wallahi tallahi a ba da iko wallahi zan jagoranci tafiyar wallahi zan jagoranta a gayyata wallahi mu mai da kowa gidansa duk musulmin da ke yamini duk musulmin da ke yalwan shandam duk musulmin da ke garkawa na yi alkawarin zan wuce gaba kowa ya koma gidansa ya shiga wallahi na yi alkawarin zan wuce gaba na yi alkawarin a kashe ni akan addinin Allah na amince a nan ma a kashe ni akan addinin Allah na amince me muke yi ne a rayuwa wannan kaskanci da muke cikin me za mu je mu ga Allah gobe kiyama a kayansa mutane ana ta koro su a ajiye su sahabbai ba haka suka rayu ba malaman sunna ku ne malaman mu ku ne iyayen mu ku ne jagororin mu ba ma so mu ketare iyakar ku ba ma so mu ketare abin da kuke gaya mana kaskancin da muke rayuwa ya ishe mu a rayuwa ya ishe mu a cikin rayuwar da muke ba a mana magana ba aka rusa masallaci a Numan musulmai suna kuka makiyin Allah ya ce a rusa babu wanda ya magana mutane sun zo sallar juma'a ana sa wangi masallaci gireda a kasar da a garin Numan me za mu je mu gaya wa Allah a sallah kadai Allah ke bukatan mu da shi azumi kadai Allah yake bukatan mu da shi azumi kadai Allah yake bukata mu ya wata Ramadan ba za mu mutu bane jama'a.
Okay, I think we're good to go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and all those on the keyboard. Again, it's going to be a good discussion. So I'm going to post the link so that I don't have to run too much, and you know, so that people can start coming in and we'll have a useful discussion. I already see Okpabolo. I want to pronounce the way you guys pronounce it because I think I pronounce it a bit different. You're welcome to the studio, and let me get you right in. You are welcome, sir. It's good to be with you. And I know you followed all the videos, and I know that you have seen some of them. I still have many more videos. I just choose to stop there because sometimes when these issues are discussed, people think we are giving it a spin. But when you hear it from those who are, who are saying it from their own, with their own mouth, then sometimes it's easier. I have a lot more. And like I said, I have a lot more videos on what people have said and what their plans are. But I wanted to kick off the discussion with what redefinition of what the Southerner of Sokoto said, which was that jihad is not what we thought it is, but it is to strive. That's what he said, is to strive. And I wanted to also bring in the video of the Southerner of Sokoto, his forefathers. His forefather, when he said that the reason why he does not like the Igbos because the Igbo man strives to be, when you make him a laborer, he strives to be the head laborer. When you make him a head laborer, he strives to be, the foreman. So if Islam, jihad is to strive, so does it mean that he doesn't like the Igbos because we strive? And if so, if jihad is to strive, then what is the crime of the Igbos? But I don't want to reduce it to Igbo, the religion. What I just showed you is a barrage of what has been going on in Nigeria. I can go for as far back as I have newspaper cuttings, recordings of as far back as 2012. Okay, and I can put it on. In fact, I can be on this thing for the next 3 hours. I will not exhaust what I have on this record. So, but I just chose to stop there. And I know you have followed me. You started following all the while. In fact, from yesterday, I've been waiting for this. So I guess you also have your guns loaded. So let's hear you. Welcome, Tony.
Greetings, KJ, and greetings, Obi.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
This is your Ojoro cap. You are up to something. You're up to something.
No, Pebble cap.
No. Okay.
Farouk cap. I had dollar inside.
It looks good on you. Since now Pebble cap, it looks good on you. It looks good on you. People they wear tie. You know they trust those people.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
KJ, I've been Nigerian. So I'm not just that I've been Nigerian. I don't farm for Sambisa forest before myself. So I don't need to listen to those videos. Now those are propaganda for me to know what is going on in my own home, in my own home. So I don't need to listen to anybody to come tell me how it is. I don't need to talk on since anybody really follow my platform. I've been ahead of the call for months. I take and say there's 3 things going on. It's not just the northeast, northwest. Anywhere you see all this happening in Nigeria, even in the southwest, in the southeast, they are not just carrying out ethnic cleansing. They are also land grabbing. Because after they don't chase people out of that villages, what happened? The business, the foreign corporations and what have you, comes into play. They begin to carry out large organic farming. They begin to mine. with the military men on ground supervising everything going on. And after they finish with all those things, regardless of how long it's going to take them, new civilization take place. It's not going to be those people who were there before. And that's why those who are saying Islamization are making sense. Because the people that will come and occupy that place 40, 50 years from now are not going to be people who are originally from there. And now, this is not a conspiracy theory, or that's what happened all over the world. If you say that human nature, well, you could be right. So it is not a new history. History dictates that is how we humans, behaves or move around. So what is happening? My own suspicion is that why all of a sudden there is an opera coming out from the West. We should always be questioning why. If all of a sudden I just show for your house KG, I'll drop you gift. You go collect that, but at one point you go say, "Kobo, this is how I gonna give you something." Waiting now, what have I done to deserve this? That's human. You go to question yourself, right? You want to see why is this guy so nice, even yes, if you deserve it. And I think for us as Nigerians, that is what we should be. Those are the questions we should be asking, because if anything, these are the same people that came out in the Congress said, "Now them be the financial power house of Boko Haram." Now, this is not a journalist saying that, or just a regular politician, or somebody that live in diaspora. This is coming from the Congress. It cannot be more. It cannot be more solid, more true than that, right? And we and forget about it, right? They tell you how it's being done through USAID. And if you go back and begin to read and study all the expose of USAID, you understand that if you are less than 60 years as a Nigerian born, you are born under American colony. Everything that you know were pretty much dictated. So how will they behave? Everything is not normal. Yes, there's reason behind it. So if these people consider that then they sponsor, then they can't tell you, say, "Oh, there is a genocide going on, but it's a Christian against Christian." I mean, that alone brings to question again. What about other people who are not even Christian or Muslim? Because across that region, that's how they coexist. The Bras are Christian, the Kanuris are Muslim, the Shua Arab, but there are some people who don't practice any of those Christians at all. They live in those places. So they don't count, even if they are not one person, one among 10. So what am I trying to say here? Yes, there is a killing, there's a genocide going on, but to now say it is against Christian, that means there is a motive. That is what we should be trying to unravel, because the truth is that across the length and breadth of Nigeria, Nigerians are being wiped out. That is
all right. So thank you so much. I think we need to make progress, and I want to push back, because of somebody who at least I can proud myself to say I know a bit of the North, and majority of some of those communities that these things go on are the predominantly Christian communities, and once had an interview with Apostle Prophet Emmanuel.
Do you know Domboa local government?
I don't know Domboa local government.
That's pretty much Jihad quarter Boko Haram. All those guys that went on. Now pretty much 100% Christian. Now 100% Christian, Muslim. Sorry, 100. Now Chibok. Now you go say okay, they are predominantly, and Chibok is small compared to Domboa. These are two local governments adjacent to each other.
Listen.
You're talking of Damboa, right?
Yes.
Listen, I want you to understand something. At the beginning of this insurgency, as it was called, we never gave it the right title. The right title was denied, and that denial of the right title is from the government. It is not the people that call themselves that. It is we, the government. Hold on, sir. Hold on. I don't want us to. Hold on. I don't want us to begin to quarrel. It's too early.
No,
I don't want us to begin to quarrel. Hold on, sir.
Hold on. No be quarrel.
When it was started, it was termed Fulani Herders Clash. That term took a lot of power away from what was going on in Nigeria. And that is what brought us to where we are today. It is not the first time we've had insurgency.
KJ.
There was a meta.
Hold on.
I don't want us to, because if we go into this, if we go into argument, we may not be able to do.
This is too early. This is too early to start dragging this. Is too early. Too early.
All right. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Let's try. I already said.
They want us to be caught up in semantics, the name. People are being killed. That is the right time. Forget name.
You see, if you have allowed me, I will tell you why I said the name. You see, when you call it a terrorism, it gives your government and any other government in the world to be able to come into it. But we didn't call it terrorism, we call it Fulani Herders Clash, which we were still saying it. I have it from good offices.
I agree with you.
If you don't hold on, how can we discuss now?
I'm not disagreeing, but I am saying me and you are not government. We should talk about the reality. People are being killed. Forget name. It doesn't matter what they term it or not. Let's forget the name. That is what the media, that is what the people want us to focus on. How they call it, it doesn't matter. People are being killed. If I can't kill your Pekin, you could tell me about be armed up or I be this. No, your son is being murdered.
All right. Let's make progress. Tony, what do you say?
The names doesn't matter at all. Let's focus on that. We are Nigerians. We are not government officials here. So let's not caught up on how it's being called. No, let's focus on the real thing. People are being wiped out. Forget this.
All right, let's make progress. Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there are many faces. Let me greet Ovie again. Great Mazi Obara, great Femi. How you guys doing? And of course, the moderator KJ. Yeah, I think there are many faces of this insecurity that we are seeing in Nigeria. You can't just put it on just Boko Haram alone. And, we talked about this yesterday. People have their different views. The issue that you have in Benue, for instance, Plateau, in the Middle Belt, is slightly different from what you have in the Northeast, for instance, in Southern Kaduna, those are different. And the same thing you are having in Zamfara, part of the Northwest, and they come in different shades, even though they are insecurity. So you cannot be talking about Christians being wiped out in the Northwest because you don't have a major concentration of Christians in the Northwest. In the North Central, the scenario that we have is essentially mostly this crisis, people trying to take people's land, to wipe them away, to kill them and so on and so forth. You find that predominantly in the Middle Belt. In the Northeast, it's slightly different. It's not the same scenario. In the Northeast, where the Boko Haram started, this insurgency started, you would see that when it started first with attack on Christian dominated areas. So we saw the Chibok, and that Chibok area is essentially Christian. Okay? And then if you go to Kwara and Kogi, it's also entirely a different thing. You see whether it's Mamuda or Lakorawa, and those places are, I think, essentially Muslim dominated. So you see that we see a kind of rainbow coloration of the insurgency. You know, they're attacking mosques, they're attacking Christians. But I think that if you really want to get a real picture of what is happening here, you really need to speak to the people who are being attacked. If you go to Benue, you go to Plateau, and ask the people who have been attacked. You go to Yewata, for instance, and you're asking, Benue, for instance, I understand is about 90% or 95% Christian. So if you speak to people who have been attacked, the consistency with which those places have been attacked, and the aftermath of the attack, and the fact that a lot of them are in IDP camps, and then you are asking, what is the attitude of the government? The federal government, for instance, what is the attitude of government to these attacks? What is the attitude of the military to these attacks? You know, how do they respond when you have incidences like this? You hear communities saying that they took our guns, and so we can't defend. And sometimes when we call them, they don't respond. And sometimes they finger even some security agencies that they are right there, very close to the scene of the incident. Sometimes the people tell you about intel. We give them intel. We give them, you know, we alerted them that these people are coming, and you don't have response by the relevant authorities. So the picture that is created in the minds of those people is that there is a deliberate attempt to wipe them out. Because what else do you want them to think? So if we are assessing this thing, I think we have to look at the people, you know, who are involved in this thing. What do they say? Because they feel it. So if I call the military, if I alert the military, I alert the police that, listen, from what we hear from around, you know, we hear that this will want to attack us tomorrow. And they give you the precise time. And then the attack really comes on and nobody shows up. What are you supposed to think? And then you hear people saying, oh, they came here and collected our guns. And they know that we have been attacked. We have been attacked not once, not twice, not thrice. And so we want to defend ourselves. And they come and they take our guns. And they don't take the guns of the people who are attacking. And sometimes they point to the location where these people are and say, they come from so place. And nothing is done. And it happens over and over and over again. And then, of course, you hear leaders saying that these people are complicit. People in the army, people who have risen, generals, saying that, listen, what is happening is complicity. And then you look at, you know, the way some of these insurgents who are captured are treated. They get them, you know, and they are released. They are reinjected into the society. Sometimes you give intel to the relevant security agencies, and then they come and threaten you and say, you went to so place and gave the information. We're coming after you. So what do you think? What are you going to think? You just think that there are people within the system who are supporting these people. So let us not just wave this whole thing about you know, communities being wiped out or Christians feeling that they are targeted. You just can't wave it out because that is the way the people feel. That's the way they feel. But if you ask me, is there a policy? Can you say that there is a policy by the federal government to say we're going to wipe Christians out of Nigeria? I cannot tell you that there's such a policy. But there is negligence by government. There's a failure of leadership at all levels to deal with this issue. It's as if these people don't exist. Some people have been in IDP camps for 5 years, 10 years. They are forgotten. And they are Nigerian. Some are even outside Nigeria as refugees. Nothing is done from the top to the bottom. But the place where we are here, one person will die, and then, you know, flags will go at half-mast. Here, I don't have the statistics because people have been saying, okay, if you put the statistics of Christians being killed and Muslims, this one will outnumber this one. We don't have the statistics. And I don't even care of the statistics. But if people come and take over people's land, kill them, nothing happens, nobody's arrested, You never hear that anybody has been taken to court. And they stay there and they continually do that. They are not disarmed. They can carry weapons, you know. And then you see some of their leaders come out to say things that ordinarily you cannot say here, that will land you in jail. And they go free and nobody touches them. What else are you supposed to think? What are you left to think? You are just left to think that, you know, they don't care about you, they don't want you. There is complicity by government. So this, and those who feel that I can't fault them. I won't fault them. So my thinking is really is, you know, the government has allowed this thing. Now, if you look at the way, the pattern, and the way this thing started, I mean, we have to be honest to ourselves. We know that the major area, the first places that were attacked were Christian areas. And I have said that some of these northern leaders just looked the other way around. And these things were going on until the things started affecting them. That is when they now began to speak. But even then, they know who are sponsoring them. Who are sponsoring them. They know who the people are. We have seen some presidents, one or two presidents, who have made an attempt to wipe off this thing. And there's been resistance from some quarters. So what do you think? If the government comes and says, okay, we are going to deal with this issue. I have given an instance where there was a meeting of the high command of Boko Haram somewhere in the northeast with their financiers and their sponsors. And intel came from the military to the commander-in-chief at the time that these people are meeting here. We just need your instruction. We got them. Give us instruction, and then we wipe them out. But of course, the commander-in-chief couldn't, because, you know, the way it's conceived would be the same way it was conceived when mercenaries were brought in and they were using drone technology, and they were using, you know, intelligence that they gather from you know,
all right,
various other technical media. And people, Tony. Yes, okay. So what I'm saying is that, you see, the picture that is being painted gives the impression that, you know, there are elements who are deliberately sponsoring the insurgency that we have, and that people are not sincere with trying to exterminate this threat. And so, to that extent, if you have situations like that, then you can make up your mind and say, listen, this is something that is planned and targeted at certain people. Let me rest my case there.
Thank you so much, Tony, for resting your case. And I want to go ahead and make this as such, or make this warning. Today, we are going to be very civil, but we're also going to follow the specific direction that the moderator is giving. I don't have the patience for today's discussion, because I think I've laid out. If you have any doubt or whatever I've laid out and you want more videos, please let me know. I can give you many more videos. I even have one that's giving us the statistics, because there are many other organizations working on this thing. So statistics of how many people who have been involved or who have gone to be with the Lord is there. We don't need to. Yesterday I was pushed. I didn't want to publish it, but I had to publish it, and I'm ready to do that again today. So let's just be civil. And those making comments, I will not. I repeat, I will not hesitate to remove anybody who who begins to spill foul language here. Let's respect ourselves. You know, this is a platform that has a lot of people view, and we want to keep it that way. If you feel the topic is not very palatable with you, we can excuse you. You come when whatever we're discussing is palatable. I think I've made myself clear. Having said that, Pansa, I will give you the opportunity, because you are one of the third person that came in. So what I will do is I will jump, you know, Mazi, Okpara, and come to you, and then I'll go back to him. Please. All right. And then you have 3 minutes, sir. 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, so everybody can speak. 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes. Thank you.
I believe that Tony spoke a lot more than that, but I'm not going to push it. Tony, you were making a lot of good points, and then you were milk toast, right? With maybe your first 5 minutes or so, you were just dancing around, and then towards the end, you try to conclude in a good way, which is okay. What we have in Nigeria is genocide. But it's beyond Nigerians now. Thankfully, finally, it's got to the attention of the right people who are supposed to solve this problem. And that's the United States, Trump, and the U.S. Congress. So Nigerians can just basically shut up now. They don't want to do anything. So now that it's properly being attended to, they're gonna hear from the United States very soon. It's genocide. That's what's happening in that country now. Genocide was coined by let me see how do KJ, do you know who coined the word genocide? Raphael Lemkin. And it's violence that targets individuals because of their membership of a group and aims at the destruction of a people, right? So that's what we've been going through. For example, the Igbos, trying to disintegrate our social institutions, our culture, our language, our national feeling, our religion, and economic existence. That's what genocide is. It's not an unknown, like people try to make it. Yes, targeted killings is part of that. You have to be a dunce to come on a platform to argue that you don't have genocide in Nigeria. Now, KJ brought even a much better video and he played it. When it's not hosting, and I'm on a panel with him like right now, I don't know what kind of antagonism you have towards me. A lot of your admonitions aimed at me. But once you're not hosting, then you fear the wrath of these people, your fellow Nigerian panelists, and they're discriminating against you, they're insulting you, and then
he's actually hosting.
You're hosting now, but yesterday you weren't hosting, and I saw you at what's that boy's name? Forefathers, and I was typing to you in the comment section. I don't think you saw it, which is to tell you we shouldn't give these people any room. JJ Media was here yesterday. A whole in JJ Media, somebody will respect. A valiant Igbo man that's done a lot of work. He comes on this platform to say, trying to put lipstick on a genocide. I try to insult me. I know nothing. I say a lot of people is trying to insult me. I don't know what it is, right? I'm 6'4", I'm strapped, and I'm not happy. So you could only do that on the social media. If you saw me on the streets in Nigeria or something, you're not going to be able to do that, try to insult me. What is it that I say that should make somebody dislike me? What do I say? I'm trying to paint the actual picture of what's happening in Nigeria. I'm not here to make friends with Tony and or Femi or Mask or something like that. I'm here to talk about a serious issue. So now,
I don't want to talk to you as an elder, but you have only 3 minutes and you have used it.
Yeah, let me go ahead ask that you extend my remarks. So I can extend my remarks that I'll be given.
Okay, I give you 1 more minute to extend your remarks so that you know I'm fair to you today. More than fair.
Okay, so because Mazi Nnamdi is here, it's redundant for me to be here anyway. So I'll go ahead and say Nigerians and their different states, we're coming down. That particular U.S. mission there sees everything. Okay, I'll come back later. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Nnamdi. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, folks. KJ, Mazi, Tony, and Ike. Good evening. Femi, good evening, and that one is now winning. Maska.
So,
Lafiya ya Mazi Okpara. Ya kake?
Mun gode Allah. Sanugo.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. So look, we have to go back to where this thing started. I've told you guys, and I lived in North. I grew up in Gusau. I have visited almost, in fact, the only northern state I have not been is Borno State. I have lived in Darazo. I have lived in Hadija. I've lived in Duse, in Breeding Kudu, in Zaria, in Azare, in Ningi, in Misol. I know these places. Let us say the truth. There is radical, I'm not saying that, I'm talking about radical Islamism in this part of Nigeria. And that is what is keeping that area underdeveloped, both in, mostly in, human development. When I was growing up there, you see somebody, a little child, who has no education, who has never been to primary school, but he will call you Arne Mbanza Capri. And this is what the imams are teaching them in their schools. In fact, I had to, because I was a young man then, my senior brother was telling me, why you like, forget about them. I felt so bad. I had to go to some malams, that they're teachers. I said, look at what these young boys, calling me. Why are they calling me like this? And the malam will laugh. I say, but are you not a Capri? Are you not a Capri Mbanza? So this thing is inbuilt. They teach their children that if you are a Christian, you are a Capri. They don't even call your name. They call you either Capri or Dambanza Dohi, Dan Sha Sha Sha. That's what they call Christians, not even Igbo Christians, but their fellow, Bahushe, their fellow, Arewa, who are Christians. Now, look at the crisis in the north, from Metesini to Ranembonke to other religious crises in the north. There is Islamism, there is radical Islamism in Nigeria. If you doubt it, or if you say that means you are not telling yourself the truth. For example, what torpedoed this thing most is when Obasanjo allowed these people to create 12 or 9 Sharia states in the north. That was the beginning of this crisis. Creating Sharia in a secular state, in a country that belongs to all of us. That was the beginning of this crisis. And then Boko Haram, Yusuf Mohammed, saw that, took that opportunity and wanted to establish this, what they call Islamic State in northern Nigeria. Yes, they are killing Muslims, but what is the target? The target is to have a pure Islamic state in northern Nigeria. And that is what is bringing the crisis. If you say that's what our Igbo people say. If you doubt there is no genocide in the north, or let's say north central, then go to Plateau State and tell them this. Go to Southern and tell them this.
Thank you.
I know that, KJ, one second. Muslims are dying, Christians are dying, but look at the ratio and look at the target, and then know that when somebody from Jos or Plateau say that there is genocide or ethnic cleansing against their people, don't doubt him. I know what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a stopwatch, as you can see on my phone. So, Mr. Ovie, I'm keeping the time, okay? And I have a prerogative to say if I want Jonaba to speak more, I can do that. And that's why I'm moderating. All right? I thank you for reminding me, though. I will try and keep to the time. But I'll also let people land their point if they've not been able to land it. I'll just, like I said, 3 minutes for everybody, and we all can go around and see if you have more points, you can bring it in. It's a discussion. We are for it today. All right, thank you so much.
The citizens have to watch the leaders, so we are watching the leaders.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, Femi, you are on.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. So I will try not to repeat a lot of the things, salient points I agree with already that have been spoken about. But something that came to mind immediately that the pastor that spoke the other time, the American pastor that spoke the other time, and then Ted Cruz, in addition to other senators or reps that are beginning to jump on board, something that came to my mind was it reminds me of something Ovie mentioned, and I'd already wanted to mention this. I'm like, okay, why now? I mean, not to say that America has not tried to be involved in the past. And then I quickly, because nowadays I suspect a lot of things that America does. Let me just be clear where I'm coming from. Again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing that they're trying to come in. And I quickly realized that, wait a minute, wasn't it just under a month or thereabouts that Nigeria rejected accepting what's it called? People that are
deportees.
Because the way I see America, and the way I see America sometimes, and again, this is irrespective of who's in power. When it comes to American international, relations, I always take it with suspicions that comes with it. So let me just start with that first of all. And then when I hear people like Ted Cruz, and I'm not even trying to personalize, I don't take him serious because his history is first of all, he's not the kind of that's one of the people. If I have to be personal, I'll be personal with that guy. Ted Cruz is not an example for me when it comes to people that I listen to on virtually any topic at all. And that's why, again, even though I do not necessarily agree with someone like Tucker Carlson on a lot of things, I also agree with a lot of what he espouses as well. Because me, I'm not the follow type like that. I have my own mindsets. And if there's anything, and there's a reason why I'm using Tesgu as my standard bearer, representing American interests when it comes to things generally, and especially in this matter of America getting involved and what have you. You see the way Carlson dismantled him when it came to the issue of Gaza and the Israelis and what have you, and the kind of things that he was saying when it comes to even Bible passages. Now, of course, like a lot of us here, I was born and I grew up in Southern Kaduna. Will I be wrong to say that a lot of things are not similarly skewed? And I'm a Christian as well. Will I be wrong to say that a lot of things don't seem to suggest as though Christians are being killed en mass purposefully? I mean, I don't think I would. I'm foolish enough to think that it doesn't look like it. On the surface, it looks like it. But again, when you look at what's happening in recent times in Kwara, because a lot of times I like to remind a lot of people that I speak to that, look, 1 minute, if it's happening to you, don't forget someone else and you decide to look the other way. This thing might catch up with you as well. It's just like when we talk about this Biafra situation as well. I'm like, we always need to remind ourselves that whatever happens to my neighbor, if I behave as if it doesn't concern me, the day it happens to me, I should not complain. Now,
all right.
Right.
Thank you very much. I've actually done 4 minutes. So round up. Go ahead and round up.
Okay. So maybe the way to end it will be what's happening in Kwara in the last couple of months. You've seen the number of local governments that are being sacked right now. Is it now? I mean, that's a case in point for me to know that it's as much as, again, it seems to be a lot of it seems to be affecting more of Christians in the country generally. But then when you look at Kwara, where you have a sizable population of Muslims, it doesn't even matter whether it's Boko Haram or bandits or what have you. It's happening to both Muslims, Christians, what's it called? Igbos, Yorubas. Also, it doesn't even seem to matter anymore now, as much as it seems to be weighed heavily against Christians. That's all I'm gonna. That's where I'm gonna end it.
Thank you so much, Femi. I agree with you. When the the issues were coming to Libya, when Libya was taken down, majority of Nigerian media was shouting, telling Nigerian government that we should not ignore what is happening because all those small arms are going to come down to Nigeria. But not much was put in place to check it. And today, you find out that most of the arms came all the way to Nigeria, and of course, we all can witness what is going on. And yes, I will go to Alamefla. You're welcome, Ike.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday. You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Like my brother Femi said, I wouldn't want to keep repeating the same thing. I said it last night. If the government says, if anybody is trying to absorb this government in Nigeria, that they are not complice to what is going on in that country, I don't know. Then that means we don't have a system. When somebody intentionally decided to look the other way, what is it? What will you call that? When somebody decide that it doesn't matter, what is it? This government is accomplice to every crime that is going on in Nigeria because they are benefiting from it. Politicians in Nigeria are benefiting from what is going on in Nigeria. The governor of Zamfara and Borno State, they have told us, I said it here yesterday, they have said it loud and clear. They know where these people are. They know where they are. Government, the governor of Borno State, I think he went to even Asorok and Zamfara to meet the man in Asorok. Give us the power. Let's go after these people because we know where they are. We have the intel. We know where they are. They live with us. We know where they are. Give us the power to go after these people. But no. Then the people that are supposed to go after these people, where are they? They're not going after these people. Our mineral resources from that area that is being stolen from that area, what is the government doing? Those people that are benefiting from it, they are using those terrorists to protect themselves so that they will continue to carry our commonwealth with helicopter. They will continue to go and sell it. And when they come back, we give them chieftaincy title. We give them all kinds of chieftaincy titles and, church titles, as politicians that are leading us. So this government is accomplice to every crime that is going on in Nigeria. Nobody, I said it yesterday and I keep saying it. Anybody who does not value human life is not even supposed to live. Because not you, not me, or any of us can give life. And if you cannot give life, and you are in a position to protect one person's life, and you look the other way around, what are you? Who are you? Is it not in Nigeria that you are going to call police? It didn't even start from now. It started many years ago. You call police and you tell them that is a robbery in your street. Police will tell you that they don't have tire. They have a punctured tire. They don't have spare tire. If you have spare tire, bring us spare tire so that we come. Or eventually they will come when the people have finished robbing the area. Hey, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? This is the Nigerian police, because they know the weapon that they have cannot stand the one that the criminals and armed robbers are having, and they are the people that have been sent to protect you and your family and the citizens around you. So I am not going to absolve this government from what is going on, because they are directly and indirectly involved, and they are directly and indirectly benefiting from the crime, the shedding of innocent blood in Nigeria. It doesn't matter who that person is. It doesn't matter wherever that it is happening. Blood is blood, and the same blood is running in each and every one of us then here.
Thank you so much, bro. I gave you more than 4 minutes, so
this your minute is like fire. Is like,
yes. So I'm trying so that we all can have a robust discussion, so that one person doesn't monopolize it. We'll come back to you if you have more points. Just let it drop it. I will come back to you. I'm sorry if we did cut in. Yes, I am. Tony, you have spoken, right? Yes, so we're going to Maska. Maska, you are welcome.
Thank you, my brother KJ. Even though I can see apparently on this topic we are going to be adversaries for a long time.
No problem.
I'm confident that we would come to a middle ground, which is good. I think it's a good discussion. Let's have this kind of discussion so that we can better understand ourselves and what are the issues, and even have a deeper understanding of the issues. I would like to start from where my brother Mazi Okpara stopped. He made a very good background, and I completely 100% agree with him that in the North, he used the word radicalism, but I don't think that the word is radicalism. I think it's extremism. You know, when you believe in something and you don't want to have any middle ground about your belief. You want to take it to the extreme. And he gave a very good example, which a lot of us here don't know. There's this, what you call Maitatsini. You see, the history of that guy, he's actually from Cameroon. And I think looking back at the Maitatsini would educate us a lot about the issues we are dealing with today. Part of the issue is, I think yesterday, I can't remember who said it. Okay, I think it's I speak the truth. The way he said it is, you need to know who is coming into the country and who are the people within the environment. So for me, I think that's the starting point. I like the fact that Nigeria is a big brother to a lot of all the African countries. I know for a fact that if you are a black man and you are in Nigeria, nobody disturbs you. That is fact. I like that fact. But I think that we should go a step further to know that, okay, if we don't disturb you, please don't disturb us also. Don't disturb the peace you find in the place. There is a reason why you left where you were and you come to where you are today. And if you ask me, I think that's the fundamental problem. People move and they go to places and they do what they want to do wherever they are. And I think it's wrong, and I think it's the major source of the problem. So, like if you take Maitatsine, for instance, he came into Kanu and started saying that, look, if you have a watch that Maitatsine had, it's like curse be upon you. That is an extreme point. Just because I'm a Muslim, I can't wear a watch. He is actually even saying that you shouldn't even have money. And about 4,000 people, all in Kano, were killed. You know, so but where I think we part ways with Mazi Okpara is that the issue is not about creating an Islamic state. If you take Kano, for instance, whether there's Sharia or there's no Sharia, the fact of the matter is that Kano, even though we operate a circular, circular constitution, the fact of the matter is the propensity of the people who they are. You have to, they say it, if you go to Rome, you should do as the Romans do. Okay? So I don't think that people are trying to establish a Sharia state. It's not that some people want an extreme version. The bulk of the people are Muslims anyway. So how is your Sharia state going to change anything? It's not like you're going to convert anybody from Christianity to... The bulk of the people in Kano, in the north, are Muslims. That's the truth. The only issue is that you should allow people, even the Islam, they should practice it the way they deem fit. Don't bring an extreme version and want to put it on top of people. This is the same thing with Boko Haram. You are not saying that I'm not a Muslim, but you're saying that as a Muslim, I should not send my kids to Western school. Boko Haram has nothing to do with Christians. He is only talking to Muslims. And there are debates with the leader, Yusuf. His debate is with also fellow Muslim clerics. He has never debated with a Christian. His issue is with fellow Muslims. Why are you sending your people to Western school? So I think for me, if we keep having these discussions, we'll come to a point where we have a deeper understanding of the issues. Also, I agree with Mazi Okpara. Whether we like it or not, there's a lot of people are not sent to school enough in the north. I know you want to time me out, KJ, but just give me 1 minute.
Yeah, you've already taken 4 minutes, but I'll give you 1 more minute to finish.
Yes, don't mind this Okwegbelo. And see, you should take him out. The man is we will say he's burning incense, but we know that it's not a good incense he's burning there. You should take him out. We don't have to see any incense burning. Okay, but anyway, so the point I'm making really is that we need to all wear a thinking cap. There is a problem. The word we attach to the problem should not be the issue of the debate. Where is this problem coming from? And the truth is that this problem is affecting everybody. I've spent more than 4 years. I live in Abuja. My mother is in Kano. I've spent more than 4 years not able to drive from Abuja to Kano, which is about 400 kilometers, because of insecurity. I will be kidnapped or I will be killed. So this thing is not only affecting Christians. I will stop here until when next is my turn. I have a lot to say on this topic, but I stop here for now.
Thank you so much. And Maska, I truly appreciate having this conversation with you, because you're on the other side of the divide and I'm on this side. So the more we understand each other, the better we can have and see how we can foster, peace in unity. But the problem becomes when the other side don't want to see, this whatever is going on, and why it is so difficult to sometimes put a leash on it, a lead on a leash or whatever. Yeah, the leash that you put on a dog. Why we're not able to put a leash on the issue is because certain individuals will not even accept what is reality on ground, just like you are accepting the reality on ground. That is the first point of discussion. We have to accept that there's a problem, and this problem is affecting all, but it's affecting more than one set of people more. That's the truth. And then from there we cannot divide.
My turn, I will take you up. It's okay.
Yes, Maska, I can assure you, I have data up to 2012 on this issue. Even because of because of what you put up yesterday, and I talked about Dogona Hawa. You put up.
It's not about data. This is the kind of problem that data may mislead you. You have to have a deeper understanding of the problem. This is when you need both quantitative and a qualitative approach to the issue. But let's carry on. I'm getting enough time today, so let it be my turn again.
Okay, but on that also, I will have a pushback, because but when it gets to that point, when you put it up, I will come back to it. And Jonabaya, welcome. Please go ahead and make your point. You have 3 minutes and 1 minute to round up. That's 4 minutes.
Thank you, KJ and fellow panelists. I always believe you're a good brother, but you're also an extremist and dangerous, just like Boko Haram and just like Mataseni. Your extreme view is necessary in 21st century if you balance it up. You're entitled to your opinion like any other person. Taking us back to quote from the beginning of whatever the king or the Sultan of Sokoto said, we are not living their life, and they don't make so much difference in our lives if we choose not to. The age and era we are is to educate those people who have been brainwashed in that aspect, if that is what the ideology that resonates with them. But not in 21st century that we will go back. All Nigerians have problems. We are all dying. We have bad leaders who do not know what to do or who have been sold out. As my brother Ovi, or I can call him, if I'm not wrong, my boy, the incense is burning. His head is correct sometimes. Sometimes only God knows. He go deeper than what we think. Our problem is a setup in our system to wipe us out. Whether it start with Christian or it start with Muslim. End of the day, those vacuum will be occupied. Who started it? In this part of the world, in America here, when problem happen,
those of us that come from the north side, they say who started it. But that's another story for another day. Our problem is bigger than Christian and Muslims. But I understand where you are coming from. I hope Pansa stay in the mountain where he is, like he said yesterday. Whether mountain of fire or mountain of hell, he should stay there. Your brother is out of touch, but he's entitled to his opinion. Trump will not help him. Ted Cruz will not help him. So that is, I respect his, he's very eloquent in speaking, but he's very delusional. I'm sorry to call him that, but I have no apology. I don't go to 3 minutes. I stop right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Janaba. And just to let you know, I'm not an extremist, okay, in whichever level that you want to put it. So please, I will probably, just because it's a public
You are
forum.
still my brother, don't worry. You are entitled.
No,
No. That is my judgment. You have right to say you are not.
No.
That is my view.
No, I refuse that. I reject it and I refuse it. Because this is a media. Tomorrow, my son will grow up and then you come to watch this thing and you will hear that
it's a matter of
no.
Okay,
I have allowed you.
Our viewer will judge. Thank you.
No. I refuse it. I reject it. I refuse it. And I cancel it. Yeah, I said to you, I'm not that, and so it is.
Okay.
Right? You can make. I have never come here. Maska is a Muslim, for crying out loud. I don't have any problem with it. I've never called him. He has the right. Hold on. He has the right to defend what he believes in. I owe him no grudge about that.
I don't owe you grudges.
No. You
cannot
say you
reject
that.
It's okay. I don't owe you grudges.
There is no reason whatsoever that you can call me an extremist because I came here. No. I won't call you that. I won't call you that. Listen. Hold on. Hold on. No. We won't move on. You see, I presented a lot of videos here, which is not my own.
I didn't say that video of your view. You are entitled to it, brother. Move on. I borrow you my time. Don't defend yours. You can.
No. I have the time.
No, AJ, you still not have your say now. He has his say.
I have said it.
Yeah, no. You listen. There's a difference between having your say and calling me an extremist. I won't take that.
Which you rejected.
Okay.
You already rejected.
Jonaba. Can you rephrase your statement to say that you think that KJ is an extremist? Maybe you would accept that.
I'm an extremist and I'm dangerous. I don't know what makes you that.
So let's go.
You know. No, it's not a question of going forward of here. That's not a question
you
of
rejected it, which we all heard
so
you. You said
I want you to be on record that is a far from being fallacy, you know. Okay. So please don't assume, because assumption is the lowest form of
that's his thinking. That's what he's thinking.
No, mass.
KJ, we say you rejected it.
Listen, I'm saying it, and I know the reason why I'm saying that. I don't want that to go from this point.
KJ, right. Let me also tell you something. We sit here, we criticize leaders. Okay? Wow. The fact of the matter is that today you are a leader. So you have to take the criticism.
Just tell him what to do so they will move on. If you don't want him to do anything, let's move on. We'll not go. You say you rejected it now, and we agree. So what
if I don't want anybody to label me, I will keep quiet. I won't even join the show. But
you rejected it, fine. Now, unless you want to do something.
No. The thing is that every game has a rule, and every rule must be obeyed in a game. So please take it that way from me, and I won't take that. Just simple and short. All right. So Houston, Houston's are not whatever. Yeah, I mean,
how's everybody doing? Where's Tony? I wanted to speak on his hat. Nice to see everybody. And Okpabalo, I was listening to you for like a minute, and then I was listening. I came off. I went and listened to Tony. And I actually agreed with what both of y'all said. Yeah. And I've heard Maska and I've heard John Abba as usual. You know, I think John Abba is a maybe it's my bias because I like him. So I think he's a very intelligent and reasonable man. I think we're all saying the same thing in the end, right? In the end, I think we all recognize that there's a problem in Nigeria. There's been mass killings. I don't think anybody has denied that, not even Mascot. Christians have been impacted. So also have Muslims been impacted. That can't be denied. Now, the argument could come, who has been impacted more? But I think that is actually unnecessary. One loss of human life is too much. Masker, you follow the Quran. Even in the Quran, it says that too. You know, you cannot just kill one man. It's like you killed all of humanity. This is in the Quran. And Masker says something really pertinent, which I think people should have listened to him. These people are extremists. This cannot be denied. Even Masker hasn't denied that. These people profess the Islamic faith. He hasn't denied that. They're Muslims. He hasn't denied that. So I think to the fact that John Abba is even saying, let's look at it from both sides, because we have to be careful what we're trying to invite into the country. Okpebolo says something, and I picked on that. And instead of letting him talk, I think everybody was more into their feelings, or whoever was coming at him at that time. He said, a few months ago, this same United States Congress admitted that they sponsored Boko Haram through U.S. aid. We have to take all these things into cognizance. This is not a time for us to divide each other on tribe and religion. We recognize that Nigeria has a problem. We also recognize that it is very possible that there are insiders in the government that might be working against the interests of the country. I don't think anybody here has denied that. I think if we did by a show of hands and say, does anybody, Muslim, Christian, traditionalist, whatever, or let's specify the Muslim, does anybody here ever met a Muslim on this panel at least that said it is good what is happening in northern Nigeria? I don't think so. So to that effect, I think we need to stop being hypocritical, because I'll say something that is very that can rattle people on here. If we are all willing to condemn extremism and terrorism and Boko Haram, why then is it that a lot of times we don't find people condemning, for example, the actions of the IPOB or the ESN or the UGM? Instead, they will try to frame it as some kind of, well, this is a fight for independence. We can agree to that.
Thank you. I didn't want to stop you, so I don't look as if I have an issue, but you're almost getting to 5 minutes now.
Oh,
So
wow. Okay. All right. That's
if you can just, and then let's just maintain. I don't want us to lump this thing, but that's your opinion, that you think that what is going on should be put side by side with IPOB.
No, but I didn't finish my statement.
Which is the new, I'm coming, sir, which is the new media language they introduced, just last week, because it was first mounted by the Senate president. But I understand this thing because that's the area I work for. So I know what is coming. So you guys are all saying it now, that why are you not talking about it? That's the first example.
Is it okay if I get 30 seconds?
But let's discuss. We're coming back to you. Let's discuss. Right. Let's discuss. Mr. Okpebolo, Ovie, you have followed the discussion so far. what will be really the reason why there's nobody in the Nigerian court system now, or in the people that are perpetrating this act? I know that 3 Air Force jets have been shot down. I know that communities have been displaced. I have an interview with the Tortiv where he said this is not only genocide, it is ethnic cleansing. He was saying that right in front of the president of Nigeria. Why do we find it difficult to still accept that what is happening to these people is not happening to them? Rather, we want to spin it instead of saying, is it because it's touching on Islam as a religion or what? Why are we refusing to accept what is going on is going on?
No, I'm not one of those that will spin this issue, because I'm also a victim. And I think there's a need for me to establish my credential here, or my credibility on this matter. Among the 9 of us here, all of us were either born in Nigeria or lived in Nigeria at one point. Among the 9 of us, maybe all of us, or 99% of us, have lived or been to the north. Among the 10 of us now only 2 of us don't live for Maiduguri, Borno State, me and John Abba. Among all of us,
don't say that. I have lived in Maiduguri. No, I'm just so
okay. Okay. I appreciate that you have lived in Maiduguri. Among all of us, now only me don't live for Domboa. Now only me don't farm for Sambisa Forest. Can you beat that? Now only me don't fall in love with a Chibok girl. Now only me don't sell Kunu, Zobo, Kankara to a Fulani man, to a Brahman, to a Chibok man, to a Shua man.
You don't waka. You don't really waka.
At what point I speak all this language? So it is not a matter of academic where I read them for somewhere. No. Now only me, they don't burn their house, burn their store. And if not because I stubborn, I for no day said they talk to. Now only me don't meet Rogers. If you don't know Rogers, the famous Rogers, who was accused as a sniper.
I know Rogers.
With his father, Pazwa, eat in the same plate with him. So it is not a matter of spinning or semantic. I am speaking from the source. I don't care who you interview as a journalist. I'll put names to everything. From Domboa to Koyakusa to Shani to Biu to Gonza to Gomborungala. I don't ork for all these places. So I don't go there as Ajebota, or I don't go there to listen to anything. I was part and parcel of them. At a point when I go back to my village, then they call me Aboki because of the way I look and how I behave. Go ask the people that grew up with me, they will tell you that. So it's not a matter of spinning. So when I say forget about the name, I know what I'm talking about. People are dying. That is the reality. I don't care if you call it genocide, murder, suicide. It doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah.
And why are people dying? There is a reason. It is because of the land with resources. Land with resources. There's a reason they are not in your village killing people. There's so much evidence there. From Sudan to Russia to everywhere. Anywhere you see there's a conflict, it is because there's resources in the land. Not be me and you, they farm for day to day. I was once a farmer. They carry my small beginning. They follow my sister husband. They go farm. I farm for some beside forest. I am not just making it up. I don't enter Metesine in Mosalachi, listen to Wazi. All my nieces and nephews na Kotora them be. You know what Kotora means? They have their name. They have a Muslim name, from Musa to Muhammad, but they are Christian. That's to tell you we were part and parcel of the people. We are not just visiting. We are part and parcel of it. I go work out, enter Ajari house. I can go to Shehu or Borno's house. Not as a sport person. I never do sport at that time. So it's not spinning. As I say, you can say they are killing Christian. Doesn't matter how many. That's why I said Domboa. That is the closest place to Sambisa. That is the headquarters of Boko Haram. How many Christians did there? How many of us at that time? I think Joe go from Domboa go Chibok, where they carry those girls. From
what's your point? So because you have already spent your time, but I don't seem to get where you're going. What's your point? What's your
These are
point?
where the Christians, the so-called Christians, they are majority. These are where they live. Now they are name of the place that they call nation for you. So how many of them be? But it's not just about that. It's about the land. It's being not to say now us, our companies, they find and mind those places. We can accuse ourselves of being names. No. So let's forget about the name they want us to target and face the reality that is actually happening to us. It is coming, right? When we are talking about Bene far from Gomburungala.
All right. So hold on. Yeah, we are kind of everywhere. What we are taking 4 minutes. What's your point? So we at least know what the point they're trying to make.
My point is that we forget the name that people are killing people and they're taking our land, exploring the resources, and it is
all right.
all Nigerians.
Okay. Thank you. And that's simply what Ovie is saying, and I think that's where the majority of us are. Lives are being lost. What is the way forward? Why are people not being prosecuted? Those who are taking those lives. That's the issue. And
the timekeeper so that your work will be lessened.
No, there are some people I may want to give time to speak a bit more.
That's why this is how a society is. We should reduce your power. Your powers are too much. Somebody should be the timekeeper.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody should. I am the one moderating.
An absolute monarch.
Hold on, Masker, hold on. If you are on CNN now, you're not going to ask them to tell you that somebody else should moderate it, okay? And you're all guests here. You are all, everybody here is a guest.
CNN now today. I know you are a Trumpist, and you are now saying that CNN is the standard. Is that what you are telling me? Somebody like you look.
I'm simply saying
CNN as the
hold
standard.
On. No, I'm not going to allow this conversation to be reduced to this point. I know where you guys are.
KJ, please move.
I mean, if you go for a media interview, you don't tell a person what or what. In fact, you can speak for 5 minutes and they decide to take just one second of yours.
We are all here for you to interview us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move
all right.
on. It's okay.
Now that you know, now relax. It's have your say now, but somebody has to control it now, brother. Let's don't make it. You see,
okay.
Let me not go. Let's move on. Yeah, Mr. Okpara, you are next, sir. And the question is, and that's what Ovie raised. If lands are being lost or lives are being lost and lands are taken, is there anybody who can hold accountable for that? Is there anybody so far right now in the Nigerian system, the ecosystem that you can hold that this person, we can hold this person because he has done it or done that? Is there any report like that I don't know about?
Yeah, you know why this insecurity in Nigeria is lasting so long, because I think the government is very loose in fighting this insecurity. Government is very loose, very, very loose. I cannot comprehend how come a government like Nigerian government, the biggest, country in sub-Saharan Africa, is fighting this insecurity for so long. That means they got the government, that could be that means some people are benefiting from this insecurity in Nigeria. I'm not, but kind of like people might be benefiting from insecurity in Nigeria. What breaks my heart is when you caught these people who have murdered thousands of people, sent millions out of their ancestral homes, and you called after 3 months, you assemble them, gave them white barbaric or something like that, and called them repentant, while their victims are still living in the Cameroons, in Niger Republic, in Chad, and within Nigeria. Where is the justice for the victims? That is why some people could come and tell you that they collude, that government is not neutral. If we are neutral, like where I live here, there were some radical Islamists. They are born here during Syria war. They left this country to fight for ISIS in Levante. They are stuck there. Germans retrieved their what they call their passport. Many of them are still there. They won't come back here. Some of them that managed to sneak into here were arrested and are serving jail terms, long jail terms. So, but you come to Nigeria, you arrest these people, or you tell us that they surrender themselves. After a while, you bring them out and say they are repented. Send them back to the communities they decimated. That is why it is lingering. That is why the government is even confused. They don't know what to do. Governor of Borno State told us that 130,000 repentants have been released. Then you ask yourself, how many are these people? 130,000. How many are these people? That means the more you kill them, the more they come, or what? That is what is making them, giving them the impetus to grow, wings, do whatever they want to do, because government is very, very loose. And what pains me is that the way they tackle issues over there is not the way they tackle issue in the southeast, or in the south, or in the southwest. Look at the way that's where they have this imbalance in Nigeria. Look at the way they are pushing the military to the southeast to deal with unknown gunmen and EST and this and that. But at the same time, they are releasing dreadful people who are killing innocent Zamfara people, Katsina people, Sokoto people, Niger people, everywhere in Nigeria. But they are caught, they are released, or that caught repented. That is where I find government missing the point here. And lastly, Maska said that Kanu is predominantly Muslim. Quite all right. They need Sharia. Quite all right. But I've seen some young Hausa people, Muslims, who want to live their life as a Gen Z, but they cannot, because Sharia stops them from having their papa, beautiful, haircuts, wearing jeans, wearing this and that. Some of them even facing blasphemous, law now, because they accuse them of blasphemy.
All right, thank you.
This is where we have this problem. Different people from them with different laws. It doesn't help anybody in any country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have actually extended the time, so some of you speak for 4 minutes because people were asking to extend the time. Okay, sorry, Femi, I'm supposed to come to you, but I have a new person I want to ask his opinion. I don't know him. I have not seen him before. Sir, can you introduce yourself and then let us hear you?
Eyes on a militant. I know.
Okay.
Okay, how you doing? Oh yeah, how you doing? Yeah. The name is Aizon, as you can imagine. Yes. All right. So that will tell you where I'm from. Yes. But are you giving me the platform to speak, sir?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. So I've been listening to the talks and very interesting and this debate. What Nigerians typically, like we always do, right? Our fellow citizens are getting murdered on an industrial level, right? but we start to have conversations about it and apply seriousness to it, the minute the United States military United States Congress starts to show interest in our debate in our country, which is interesting and laughable. But there seems to be a debate, and I agree with you. Our citizens are getting killed. That's the bottom line, and something needs to be done about it. And we've had 2 consecutive governments that have been indifferent, and at worst, in the case of Buhari, maybe even complicit in this atrocity, right? According to United Nations, over 500,000 people in the Benue Plateau axis are living in displaced camps, and we're not officially at war, right? Owo massacre attacks in a church. Benue attacks, every time they attack communities, they burn their churches, right? If you're an American that happens to be a Christian, or even a Nigerian Christian for that matter, and you see something like this happening, the symbolic nature of attacking places of worship while you're massacring people at the same time indicates one clear thing and one clear motive. We cannot, under any circumstance, ignore that. I'll give you some more statistics. Open doors, right? Since 2000, actually open doors since 2023, 5,600 Christians murdered in Nigeria. Genocide Watch, since 2000, 62,000 Christians murdered in Nigeria. This is not the first time the United States Congress has brought this matter up for involvement and resolution in Nigeria. It came up during the Biden administration, they ignored it. It's coming up again. We are opening ourselves up for an imperialist interaction in Nigeria because we have openly ignored this. And what's making it even more disturbing is that majority of the victims, whether we like it or not, are Christians. And we are ignoring it. No one is saying Muslims are not being killed. Some people are changing the conversation. Muslims are losing their lives, yes. But at the same time, even Bishop Kuka has said this, Christian churches have been burned, have been taken over in several places across the northern part of Nigeria. And if you don't believe me, when Deborah Samuels lost her life, was murdered by those, whether you want to call them extremists or radicals, not a word was uttered by a prominent person in northern Nigeria, not the Sultan. In fact, Atiku made a comment and then deleted the comment on Twitter. So when you put everything into context, you have to understand what is going on. And like AJ said, if we can't accept the problem, then we can't apply a solution. Okay? AJ, I know my time is running out. I just digress. I'll keep quiet for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like you cut straight to the point. If all doing like that, we're not going to fight now. We could just be straight and cut it concise, and like just like this guy. So
because
we can have
that. I agree to you now. That's in and
no,
not everybody is a militant. Okay, that's a special skill.
Masker, I agree with several of your points, but you also know that I have these things. It's an area I worked for 17 years, for crying out loud. Should you think I should be naive on these issues?
Just praising yourself.
All right. Let us move on. Femi is also, I mean, everyone is bringing a point, but let's try and keep it short so that others can also comment. And then we still have one more major point issue to talk about. We already spent 2 hours on this. So let's try and start rounding up our comments on this, and so we can move to the other one. Femi, go ahead.
Okay. So again, I just want to reiterate one point. Whilst again not oblivious of the facts, just like the last speaker just mentioned that, even when you look at on the evidence of it, it does look as though it's more on the Christian side. However, one thing you cannot discard is just the fact that it's affecting everybody irrespective. And if I may alight, again, for those of us that have grown up in the north and all of that, it's impossible for you to say that Muslims, like, you now categorize everybody and make it seem as though every Muslim is in support of what is going on. As a matter of fact, again, for those of us that grew up in the North, you realize that there are people there that are Muslims, if you like, call them core Muslims. They don't necessarily agree with what's going on, but who betide them to say anything and see what happens to them? It's happening every day. It's happening every day. Now, maybe one thing to highlight as well, you have extremists, if you will, in every group, in every situation. Just because Christianity, as an example, which I am adherent to, you need to go see the history of Christianity. For those of us that probably need to do our research, the history of Christianity is fraught with this as well. I'm not trying to defend anything. Some of the things I learned about even Christianity itself is abhorrent in today's world. If Christianity was to be about the same age as Islam as it stands, I just want to try and want to balance this thing to make it people also understand that there are people that really could speak out, but they don't bond them well, and they're Muslims as well. I mean, there's been people that have actually spoken out that are Muslims that have been actually killed as well. Now that said, even Islam by itself, for those of us that like to do our own research, that just have interest in things, for the most part, most of Islam is actually Sunni Islam, as far as I'm aware of, followed by the Shia Islam. And of course, it's no surprise that most of the Islam that's practiced in Nigeria is coming from the Sunni branch. The extremists are the ones that are just the Boko Harams that decide that, okay, it is their way or the highway. Same for the bandits and what have you that are just doing their own thing. Now, to your point about what should be done about it, I do agree that there's a lot of complicity in what's going on. But I do not personally believe that America is going to solve our problem. In fact, I think they're going to worsen it. Neither with France or the West. What have they done for us in the past anyway? So all these suddenly jumping, and by the way, it's not the first time they're jumping on it. And you may not agree with me, or you may agree with me. These things always comes with interests. Whenever the West is involved in things, it comes with certain interests. They might be coming as though this, for me, might look like an opportunity for them to try to break what appears to be the strand of what China is doing. Because me, I'm telling you, yes, I live in the West, but to the not so casual observer, you have to suspect everything the West brings to the table. That's just my point.
All right. Thank you, Femi, and for making it precise also. Mr. Alamefla, should we be blaming America for what our inability to solve our own problem? And they're now noticing that it's becoming a global issue, and they are now talking about, should we blame America for that? If you fail to take care of your family and your neighbor is trying to help you repair your house, should you blame your neighbor for coming in?
Well, my brother, I'm not blaming America for. When you open your door for your enemy to attack you, what do you expect? So, I mean, it goes back to like what everybody said. I said it last night, I said it here today. If you have a government that is answerable and responsible to its obligation to his people, we wouldn't be talking, is it wrong for America to come in and do what and what? But the government you have in Nigeria is a questionable. They don't have credibility. Everybody in that government is a suspect. I mean, sometimes, some of us who live in this part of the world, we just pretend. You don't know how insulting it is that people, when you walk at the airport, when people see you as a Nigerian, they see you as a criminal. You think it's good for anybody. It's just the representative of what you have in your country. You have a government that almost 75% of them are having fake documents. They don't have original, they don't have certificate. Every document they have is fake. Even the man at the helm of affairs, we don't know where he come from. We don't know those who were his classmates. We don't know his family. We don't know anybody that is a member of his family. And he's the man at the helm of affairs of your country. What actually do you expect? So if America or anybody decides to come in, it's because they see that probably the good Nigerians, they don't have a voice, because the people that are doing what is happening to Nigeria, they're not up to 1 million people. but we are a population of 250 million people. You know, until Nigerians decide, the day Nigerians decide they want to take back their country, that's the day Nigeria is going to be good. But in as much as everybody is playing tribal card, everybody is playing religious card, everybody is playing, is my brother, is my sister, is from my town, is from my neighbor, is my colleague. Where are we going to go? Because we'll only continue to cry, right? And some of us who are blessed or who are opportune to be in this part of the world, we can decide never to step foot in Nigeria. For me, for example, I have nothing to lose. I don't lose nothing. I do not have anything to lose because the country has not given me anything. And like I said last 2 weeks, if anybody said that what is going on in Nigeria is good, I say, may Nigeria happen to you. That was my word like 2 or 3 weeks ago. It doesn't matter how we want to use a grammatic expression to cover what is going on in that country. If you say as a Nigerian and blood is running in your vein and you think that what is going on in that country is good, everything is fine, may Nigeria happen to you. Because those people who Nigeria has happened to, they have a story to tell. That the prayer is that may Nigeria not happen to you. So I think that there has never been any consequences of the people that are doing this. They are politicians. They are the elders and leaders you have in your communities. They are the people that are benefiting from the insecurity in Nigeria. I give you an simple example. They use the insecurity during election because those areas that there is nobody can go, they use those terrorists. That's where they go there and thumbprint the vote. Because no normal human being will go to such a place to say you want to go and cast your vote. That's how they get their vote. That's how they win election. How many of them won a free and fair election? How many? How many of them win free and fair election? So they don't have credibility anywhere. It's only that I think that my prayer for Nigeria is that when will this fear of unknown that is in the minds and bones, in the marrows and bones and nerves of Nigeria, when could that fear disappear? The people that are holding this nation down, they are not up to 1 million. And we are about 250 million. If 5 million Nigerians should march to Abuja tomorrow, this government will collapse tomorrow. But no, it's my brother. Emiloko, our local, is the problem. The problem. So, no matter how, this government has an opportunity to bring some people, those people are the high and mighty that are responsible for the governor of Zamfara State and Borno State has given them a clue. Why has never been any arrest? Why has nobody been held accountable? And you're asking the common Nigerian in the street, what am I going to do?
Thank you.
To say that if America said the America never go to anywhere for nothing, there must be interest. There must be interest. So it is all about give and take, right? God bless you.
Thank you. There's a Hausa adage that says that it is a man who goes to the forest and carries a wood with ants on it that invites the the chicken for a party in his house. But I will leave that. Tony, give me 1 minute. Mr. Anna Lechuku has been going off and on. I don't think his network is stable. So let's give him an opportunity. Let's give him an opportunity to make an input before we go. If you don't mind, Tony, please. Yes, go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you, my brothers, and thank you, Tony. Okay, for yielding your slot for me, to come in. I have had followed up a couple of the conversations that are going on in the back. Now, I think every one of us, irrespective of our nationalities today, for those of us who live outside of Nigeria, we are Nigerians before we choose whatever nationalities that we are today. I want all of us to really reflect to ask, this country we left behind or we came from to wherever we are today, is it the country you desire? Is it the country you like? Let me stay on the lane of the jihad thing and the rest of it. Now, the jihad is for the Muslims. Crusade is for the Christians. We need to look at how do they operate? Forget about the crusade that happened in the early centuries in Europe, where it was a war between Islam and Muslim and Christians and Christianity. The conventional jihad, has it changed from the jihad it was then? The crusade the Christians hold today, has it changed from the crusade it was before? You will not hear a crusade that is armed, that people are killing killing anybody to make them Christians, or suppressing them to make them Christians. It is by persuasion, conviction. If I tell you about Christ, you believe in Christ, come and join us. But in the jihad, the way it is with the Muslims, now we really need to begin to tell ourselves the truth. Nobody should hide his mouth under the table and see a truth and say it is a lie. You see a black, you say it is white. The problem we have is that we don't address our issues the way they are. We bandy words, make them look nice, so that it wouldn't be that we say this person said it or that person said it. The question is it the right thing? When I am forced to believe in what I don't believe, is it the right thing? If it is not me, if it is you, if I force you to do what you don't want to do, or restrict your rights and privileges to make you fall in line with what I want you to do, is it the right thing? So if it is being done to somebody else, it is okay. How about if it is done to you? Imagine if it is done to you. These are some of the things we really need to address. What is going on in Nigeria today? Ted Cruz has said what he said because of what he saw. The things he sees. It is irresponsible for Nigerian leaders to think that what somebody sees in broad daylight, clear, is different from what he thinks. Ted Cruz said what he said, and is it a lie? People are being killed. Who are the people killing whoever that is being killed? Whether it is Muslims that are being killed or Christians that are being killed, the point is that human beings are killed. And who are the ones killing them? And what is their motive? I heard Akpabio saying that they will raise a delegation. They have voted already at the Senate. They will raise a delegation that will come to America. Come to America's Congress or Senate to do what? When they are seeing what they are seeing, it makes no sense. We rubbish ourselves. What we do in that bushel, what they do in that bushel called Nigeria right now, and they think that's how the world is seeing it differently. No. You're doing a wrong thing, and everybody knows what you're doing is a wrong thing, and you're telling the right sensible people that what you're doing that is wrong is right. No. So this is what we, as those of us who, maybe those who have voices that can say, or who are sane enough, should be able to tell what exactly that is going on that is not right. The question is, do we really want to correct the things that are going wrong in Nigeria? That's a contention we all are faced with. Should we allow these things to continue this way? The answer should be no. For every Nigerian who is honest and patriotic, I'm looking for a patriotic Nigerian. I'm looking for patriotic Nigerians. I'm not looking for tribal Nigerians. I rest my case for now.
Thank you so much for resting your case there, and thank you for
look no further. Here is one. I'm going to be patriotic Nigerian. Work with me.
Thank you for hanging out, because he's been coming. He was backstage almost when the program started, and he's been there. I see you, Femi. Fortunately, we are filled now, so as soon as Ovie goes to have this thing, I'll bring you in quickly. Okay. All right. Tony, I think we need to move on this program, this topic, because we have done 2 hours, 14 minutes. Is that okay? All right. So let's move on. Let's look at
that's okay.
All right.
Brief me. Let me go and talk to the spirits. Brief me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Femi, you're welcome in as
Tony, you did laugh. I don't trust you.
as he goes to talk to the spirits.
Okay, explain yourself. Where you they go?
But Ovie, that your incense is good. You should send some to Nigeria.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys for hanging, with us this afternoon. I think we're having a beautiful discussion. Whether we like it or not, we are making progress. If we all talk all the time, I'm sure we'll fight less. And just like the last speaker said, the truth is, what kind of a country are we looking for? What country are we looking for? Are we looking for a country that is just there, or are we looking for a country that will serve the purpose and allow some of us to go to our villages and live in peace and have the freshness of the air and food? That's what we should be asking ourselves. And most of the time, these things, they destabilize everybody, not just the people in question, but every other person in the contraption called Nigeria right now. But let's move on. We initially had marshaled a lot of topic, but we just want to reduce it to 2, so we can give it enough time. Let's look at this video. Now, there is a reason why. I don't want to call names, but I want to say maybe, as people say, the southern eastern governors or people of political persuasion in the east are afraid of Nnamdi Kanu, and they have gone ahead to try as much as possible not to, maybe knowingly or unknowingly, not give too much importance or give it a more harder push than one would have expected when such thing is happening to another region. I'm trying to look for the write-up I have here. I think I've seen it. Okay, I wanted to outline before we go into this what we have. I shouldn't. I'll just allow you guys to talk about it, and I can come back to that. Now, let us look at 1 or 2 videos. In the recent week, Nnamdi Kanu was in court, and the court proceeding was more like a charade than any other thing. And why do I say like a charade? Because it's the first time that a judge will now ask that before an accused person will be given medical treatment, Nigerian Medical Association has to meet and take a decision whether that person is worthy to be treated. And then aside that, let us go to the beginning. Nnamdi Kanu has secured a lot of verdict on his side. The first one being Justice Adefarasi, who declared that he had no case to answer and discharged and acquitted him, but the government refused to release him. He has gone ahead after that to have 3 more judgments in his favor, which the government has refused to act accordingly. Now, what we are saying now is this. This is the current state of Nnamdi Kanu's face. The last time he was in court, this is how he looks, vis-a-vis what he was looking like when he was first arrested. The judge, in his infinite wisdom, said he didn't know that Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned to Nigeria, and so he cannot see or pass judgment. In fact, he refused the no case to answer judgment filing which his lawyers did. But here is what the Kenyan ambassador to Nigeria said on this issue.
To Nigeria of one Nnamdi Kanu. I want to address this allegation by denying that Kenya was involved in the alleged arrest in Kenya and extradition to Nigeria of Mr. Kanu. And I repeat, I want to address this allegation by denying that Kenya was involved in the alleged arrest in Kenya and extradition to Nigeria of Mr. Kanu. To us, therefore, these allegations are fictional, imaginary, and deliberately concocted to fuel antagonistic feelings amongst certain sections of the Nigerian people against the Kenyan people. And indeed, many countries have been accused. Rwanda, Czech Republic, Britain, Ethiopia, and God knows which other countries. I want to challenge anyone with the facts relating to this alleged arrest in Kenya to present these facts. This will include when, how, and who was particularly involved in the alleged arrest. And in any case, I believe we are all Nigerians. Nigeria is a sovereign country. It's your country. Instead of facing the Kenyan High Commission to Nigeria to ask some of these questions, you should face your own government. The government of Nigeria knows how they arrested, maybe in Nigeria, and took Kanu to court. They have the answers, not me. We are also disturbed, dismayed, and astonished by the unfortunate statement on this alleged arrest in Kenya, which was carried in the Nation newspaper today. The government of Kenya is particularly appalled by these spurious, derogatory, only libelous mention of the name of our dear president in this matter, as has been reported in the Nation, dated 2nd July 2021. It's unfortunate. I, as the High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, wish to categorically emphasize that our two countries, Kenya and Nigeria, have and continue to enjoy cordial diplomatic relations.
Okay, so the two countries continuously to have diplomatic relation. Breaking news. I hear that thanks to Show again. Okay, just to say again that the Nigerian Finance Minister Wale Edun have been flown abroad for he had stroke, and where it's been confirmed by Sahara reporters, and we wish him well. Let him recover, because we don't want anybody to die. They are not going to take his life and add to my own. So let him live his life and enjoy himself, and we just pray, Lord, give him long life. Let the stroke be reversed and let him have his life and be with his family. Amen. All right. Having said that, I also want to say there's a reason why majority of the politicians or the government do not want to allow Nnamdi Kanu go. For a very long time, the East have not really had any one person that can speak, and the whole of the eastern region will abide by that statement. But here is Kanu in his heydays.
Inscriptions stormed the streets of Port Harcourt, the River State capital, today, causing a gridlock on the Aba Azikiwe axis. Now, their protest is in solidarity with the Biafran radio host Nnamdi Kanu, who was arrested by security agencies and later released on administrative bail. The protesters say the authorities in the country see them as anti-government. They remain resolute in their cause.
pro-Biafra leader Nnamdi Kanu is still missing on the eve of his trial for treason against the state of Nigeria. He has not been seen in public since an attack by the army on his house a month ago, a situation that raises concern about the actual conduct of his trial. Released on bail in April after a year and a half in detention, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra is expected to appear before a judge in Abuja on charges of treason, attack on state security, among others. According to a relative, Nnamdi Kanu is held in secret by the military ever since they attacked his house on September 14. His lawyer, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, has alleged it is only the army that can tell the whereabouts of Nnamdi Kanu. The government has rejected these accusations and claims the pro-Biafra leader is hiding somewhere.
Okay, that is just a tidbit of how the journey so far has become controversial. But you all know that what is going on with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not normal and is a bit concerning. And that's the reason why I am putting the two of them together. Before now, we are discussing the issue of life and how life has become meaningless in Nigeria. So if you now use that as what is going on with Nnamdi Kanu, a man who doctors have said is very sick and needs to be treated. We all can see his picture. That's why I took that facial shot of him. I can play the facial shot of him before he was arrested. So you can compare. He's now bloating up. And bloating up simply means that something is really, really wrong. So if we can't even give him medical treatment, I will have to call consortiums of doctors to come and do it before he can be accepted. If a judge in Nigeria will say that he's not aware of the rulings of other courts in Nigeria and also the ones submitted by his lawyers, among which is one of the best lawyers in Nigeria, Kanu Agabi, I don't understand. So, gentlemen, I don't want to give you my opinion, but let us hear from you. Should Nnamdi Kanu continue to remain in the detention camp of the DSS? First and foremost, the DSS have not obeyed to take him to prison, and nobody is saying about that. But he's continuously to be in the detention, and now they are denying to give him, a leave to go to the national hospital or any hospital of their choice so that he can be treated, apart from the DSS detention. I don't want to drag Shore into it, but if you guys feel like, okay, we can also bring that in. But let us, talk about this, the court ruling so far and how they are pushing it back and forth. The last meeting in court, the judge said he had not received the report of the Nigerian Medical Association. Whereas before that time, the report had it that had been submitted to the courts. And the DSS also have a copy. But eventually in court, it was said that the judge said he had not got it. And so it was again adjourned till this week as we're entering. Gentlemen, is this how it should normally go? I will come to Mr. Okpara so that we can, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, good evening once again. This is a good one, my friend. This is the first time seeing you.
All right, yeah. Give me 1 minute. I missed out. As a video, I want you guys to see before you make your conclusion. This is from the veterans. I have 2 of them really. That's one, but I'll play the shortest of them. The veterans in America who met.
Incarceration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in solitary confinement without trial, without due trial. In solitary confinement.
Father, could you tell us what is being filed today and read the letter, the cover letter of this petition?
Thank you very much. Of course, my name is Reverend Father Dr. Augustine Odimegwa. We're here today to submit to the office of the President this Magnitsky Act that we are holding a couple of our judges and attorney generals responsible for the continued incarceration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in solitary confinement without trial, without due trial. The White House. 3. American Veterans of Igbo Descent, AVID, Rising Sun Charities Organization, and Ambassadors for Self-Determination submission against Nigerian jurists and the former Attorney General for sanctions under the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. 22 USC. Dear Mr. President, of course, reading on behalf of Bruce Fine, representing American Veterans of Igbo Descent, Rising Sun Charities Organization, and Ambassadors for Self-Determination. All three are non-profit organizations substantially dedicated to monitoring gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, especially in Nigeria. Pursuant to the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, 22 USC and EO 13818, the three non-profit organizations urge Magnitsky sanctions against a quintet of Nigerian judges implicated in the persecution of Biafran leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for exercising his rights to free speech and association and a fair trial. The names include Justice Binta Motala Nyaku, Justice Harma Simon Samani, Justice Harma Akawa Barka, and Justice Mohammed Lawal Garba, and former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola. They also seek Magnitsky sanctions against former Attorney General Malam Abubakar Malami. The violations include ongoing arbitrary detention as determined by the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, denial of the right to fair trial, judicial endorsement of Mr. Kanu's kidnapping, torture, and extraordinary rendition from Kenya to Nigeria. Nigeria's protracted persecution of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for peaceful advocacy of a self-determination referendum in Biafra commenced as early as 2015. In September 2017, Nigeria's military attempted to assassinate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in his hometown. Many were murdered, but he managed to escape by a miracle. In June 2021, Mr. Kanu was kidnapped and tortured by Nigerian authorities in Nairobi, Kenya, followed by extraordinary rendition to Abuja, Nigeria. He has been detained in solitary confinement without trial and without proper access to lawyers ever since. The United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention found on July 20, 2022, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's detention violated 16 international human rights covenants.
Okay. I just wanted that also to play out. Thank you, Rudolph, for that video. Yes, I want to say this also. Just 2 days ago, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria pardoned some people they think had done some things that are not right. One of those people was some of those people were people who have died and gone to be with the Lord, and some of them are still serving, see people who are around. How about Macaulay, who was one of those who fought for the independence of Nigeria, was then, he had a charge against him by the colonial government. Yeah, 2 days ago, our president forgave him for that charge. Nnamdi Azikiwe was also charged, and for which the president also pardoned him. Wole Soyinka was also given pardon for his role, before the Biafran War, Biafran Civil War, or rather the Nigerian Civil War. And again, there was a young lady who stabbed the husband to death some time ago in Abuja. She also got to be pardoned. She was on a death row. She was pardoned. But we find it a bit difficult and interesting to understand why someone like Nnamdi Kanu was not in that pardon list. So maybe the panelists can tell us what you feel and what your own opinion is. I don't want Kulata to accuse me of trying to spin it, so let's just leave it at that. All right, you can go ahead, Mr. Opera.
Yeah. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's ordeal is tragic. It's a tragic one. And when you come to Nigeria issue about Ndi Igbo, Nigeria has problem with Ndi Igbo. That is the fact. Even from pre-independence, after Nigeria has problem with Ndi Igbo. And until we come to a round table, and discuss the way forward, renegotiate Nigeria. We must renegotiate Nigeria. We must sit down and say how this Nigeria is going forward. Otherwise, this thing, if you take Nnamdi Kanu out today, another Nnamdi Kanu is coming out, or maybe even more deadly. And that is why we have problem in Africa, mostly in sub-Sahara Africa. We always blame America, we blame Trump, we blame this. We are problem to ourselves. We refuse to understand our differences. We refuse to understand that all the whole countries in sub-Saharan Africa were artificially concocted. You forced different people into a country and you expect to have peace and harmony. It is not going to happen. It might happen for a while, but in a long run, it's not going to happen. Imagine bringing Turkish people, Greek people, Bulgarians, Romanians, imagine matching them in one country. Even as small as Cyprus is, the Turkish Cyprus that is not up to 500,000, and the Greek Cyprus, they cannot even live together. Today there is Greek Cyprus and there is Turkish Cyprus. Look at what happened here a few years ago in Yugoslavia. Black people, in this COG, what is wrong with us? Why not we come together and say, is this thing working for us or it is not working for us? Why are we killing ourselves? Because of what a white man came from nowhere and forced us together, and since then we have been having issues, killing ourselves, making life miserable for ourselves. All of us, we are running out from the so-called country we love to the white people, and we're still, we're still blaming them. The problem is ourselves. Nnamdi Kanu is suffering what he's suffering because he's an Igbo man, period. When this young man started this movement, he never carried gun. It was the flag. You saw the followers. It was flag. It was mufflers. He was going around, around saying referendum. Let us talk, sit down and talk. 2015, 2016, there was nothing like unknown gunmen in Igbo land. There was nothing like, ESN in Igbo land until the Buhari administration, Buhari tyrannical government, fascist. Buhari was a fascist. He came and he started molding these young men down in cold blood. Because when we want to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, we must start from the beginning. Because some people will tell you he carried gun, he do this, but we must start from the beginning. When it started, ask yourself, was there any gunshot in Igbo land when from 2012? Because Nnamdi Kanu started 2012, not even 2015. During Jonathan Nnamdi Kanu was broadcasting. The first time I heard about Nnamdi Kanu was on Sahara Reporters, Sahara TV. That was 2013. So, but they will tell you Nnamdi Kanu came because of Buhari. No, he didn't come because of Buhari. He was there. In fact, 2009, he was even broadcasting on shortwave before he went to on FM and app. So Nnamdi Kanu is suffering what he's suffering today because of where he's coming from. If you agree, fine. If you don't agree. And let me tell you, finally, here where I live, some people commit crime to go to prison to get health insurance. The last thing you can do to a prisoner is to prevent him from getting medical treatment or food. You cannot do it. None can deserve medical attention, and no court has even convicted. If court has convicted him, he has right to see his doctor. Keeping him incommunicado, keeping him away from his family, from his doctor, is crime against humanity. Ask yourself finally, because I have to repeat this thing. Was there any ECN, what is it called? I think ESN or something like that before 2020? Before Python dance 1, Python dance 2, Python dance 3. And you guys had what General Buhari said about Ndibo. Anybody who comes here and talk IPOB is not what they're dealing with IPOB, they call it them IPOB, what they're indirectly dealing with Igbo people. It is a fact. Let me ask, please, because this is very, 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 very sensitive matter. The Nnamdi Kanu issue. Igbo people, Igbo politicians are, relaxing somewhere, right? I pity them because it's in Anyanebe, Ibinebe. When the eyes is crying, the nose also is crying.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Ike.
Where are we? Because I'm in the office. I left for a while. I don't know what's...
Okay. We are discussing on... and we're discussing on Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah, I want to answer your question, Kulata. Kulata, there's what you call... there's a procedure in the Nigerian law where the Attorney General can enter non-prosecute. Okay? That means that case is being removed. The government don't want to discontinue, they want to discontinue it. So don't say he wasn't pardoned because he had not been convicted. You see, let us stop playing of semantics. We either want to build a nation or we do not want to build a nation. Okay? If injustice to one is injustice to all, let us not do that. If the government want to discontinue it, it's as simple as saying we do not want to continue with this case, and that is it. But even now, no Igbo person is saying release Nnamdi Kanu. We are saying take him to where he can get medical attention. If you feel you have a strong case for which you have not been able to prove 10 years after you arrested him, then I think there's a problem. You, with all what you have the police, the army, the air force, you have the civil defense, you have every other agency that goes about dealing with crime in Nigeria. 10 years after, you're not able to find the man guilty. and you still think you want to keep him, take him to the hospital, and after that you continue whatever you think you are going to do. But don't let a man, don't release him when he's about to die. After, in less than 3 days, you release him. It's not going to serve the purpose, and that's our point here. So let's not play about the bush. All of us go school. Nobody come teach another person.
KG, please, let's move on. Leave that guy alone, please. Let's
Mr. Ike, go ahead.
Well, KJ, what I said yesterday is still what I'm going to say. What is it? For the sake of human life, let the government leave this young man to go to the hospital. For the sake of human life, as I keep saying that each and every one of us, none of us can give anybody life. There is an evidence that this young man is sick. The Minister of Finance now he had a stroke and he has been flown abroad for medical treatment for stroke. And we spent about 11 billion equipping the hospital in Asorok. But common stroke, he's flown abroad for medical treatment. That's a country for you. 11 billion that was used to develop the hospital in Asorok. The National Hospital in Abuja, I don't know how many billion. But these people, the so-called leaders we have in Nigeria, cannot treat themselves, even when they have common code. They fly to London, they fly to Canada, they fly to Germany, they fly everywhere for medical treatment, right? I have said it. Whether you believe in Nnamdi Kanu or not, whether you love what he's doing or you don't love, whether you are an Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, whatever you think you are, it has to do with human life. Let this young man go to hospital. Like AJ said, he's somebody that is alive, that you can put on trial, right? When somebody dies, you want to put him on trial? No. So I think that the best thing for Nigeria as a country is to take Nnamdi Kanu to the hospital. Let him go and take the necessary treatment that he needs. So that if he's alive and he's healthy, and you said he committed an offense, you can try him. But we know where all these things is going from, coming from. But my prayer, I have always been praying that God, let nothing happen to this young man in prison, right? Because Nigeria think that there is nothing that is going to happen. After all, he's one person. Sorry, my prayer for Nigeria is that Nnamdi Kanu, nothing should happen to him in prison. They should allow him to go to hospital. Because if the reverse is the case, and Nigerian government think that nothing is going to happen to Nigeria if this young man passes away, knowing fully where the whole world has already known that this young man is sick and he needs medical attention. What is so difficult to take this young man to the hospital? Take him to a private hospital. Go there with the security. Let him be there with the security 24/7. If you are afraid of anything. I don't know. You see, this case is a situation that I do not want to, apply any emotion to this, because it's not going to solve any problem. The only problem that Nigerians are asking this government in power, or the people that are holding Nnamdi Kanu, take him to the hospital. Anybody who needs medical attention should have the right to go for medical attention.
Okay.
So we have spoken so much about this, and my stand remains the same.
All right.
This man should go to the hospital, and after the hospital, when he gets his health, if you think that after 7 years or 10 years that you are holding him without anything that you have been found, and after the court has asked him to go, and you are still keeping him, then we can go to another level, begin to talk about that. But right now, this man is sick.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oscar.
Yes, you.
Can you hear me?
Are you going? Why put
Yeah, I'm about. No, I'm about to leave. So I wanted to see if Master can give me 3 minutes just to speak on this matter. Then I'll leave.
Which matter? This Nnamdi Kanu matter?
Yes, please.
Why are you interested in my own opinion?
Okay,
He make you borrow.
No, I'm saying.
Okay. I see. Oh, so it's not my view you wanted. You wanted my time.
Look at this Greek man.
Yeah, 3 minutes, I beg.
Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Okay, take my time.
Master, yeah, a real gentleman, unlike Ovier. But no, let me just say this. You know what's happening to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a travesty of justice. It's clear. I mean, first of all, he was illegally renditioned. You know, from another nation, brought in. Keep in mind, he's a British citizen, right? This man is a British citizen. Under any normal circumstance, any other British citizen that was renditioned by any African nation, the king's government would have been inquiring as to why they've held him this long after the manner in which they kidnapped him. And they would have asked for his release. So outside of the fact that the judiciary in that country is very, very questionable, and that you have a British citizen who has been, you know, illegally renditioned, and on top of that, only a handful, apart from the masses of people in the Southeast and even larger Nigeria, only a handful of so-called leaders are opening their mouth to speak out against this thing, you know, one of which is Abaribe. Then, of course, you have the match with Showore coming up. And the silence is definitely, according to some of them, they claim they are working behind the scenes to try to get it released. But, you know, there needs to be more, they need to be more vocal about this issue to try to get him out of that place. And the Nigerian government, for some reason, always continue to make the same mistake. They never learn their lesson. You know, the Boko Haram thing was exacerbated by Mohammed Yusuf's death. Not comparing the two, but what happens, God forbid, if this man dies in custody? I don't know if they thought about that for a second. The consequences of what it would mean to that nation. So, you know, they should just do the right thing. I have no idea what the thought process is in Tinubu's administration, but it's clear. Judges have asked for his release. They have nothing on him. I've asked people over and over about this thing. What did he do? Oh, he skipped bail. I said it attempted to kill the man in his house. He had to run for his life. Oh, he incited people during the riots in Lagos. I'm like, where's the evidence that he incited anyone? I keep asking that question, and I'm waiting for someone to tell me convincingly what Nnamdi Kanu is being held for. Is he being held because he called the government Janja weed? Is he being held because he accused them of mass crimes against their people? So I have no idea why they're holding him, and the sooner they release him, the better off it will be for the entire country. KJ, thank you so much. Maska, you're the man. Thank you.
Anytime, my brother. Anytime.
Thank you for keeping to the time too. Thank you. Yeah, Maska.
All right, thank you, KJ. Normally on a good day, I would skip a subject like this. But look, I even would go attack you first because I don't like the statement you make. Say that you are not asking for him to be released, that he should go to the hospital. I don't like that. Why should he not be released? Why should the man not be released? He should be released. And the reason why he should be released is very simple. Okay. I'm not a lawyer by any stretch of imagination, but I try to see myself as a very logical person. If you commit a crime, let's say, when was it? Let's assume he committed the crime even in 20 Look, let's put it this way. You commit a crime 10 years ago. There should be some time that lapse, that your crime, the gravity of it, should actually lapse. Okay, there's what is called the German patience. But look, for me, I think he should just be released. I think it's time for him to be released. Whatever it is that he has done, I think, look, a country, even a person, should not remain where you are. You should move forward. The country should move forward. You know, but having said that I'm in strong support that he should leave. I also want to make it very clear, I'm not in support of the views that Nnamdi Kanu holds and even the approach he takes to achieve his aims. I personally believe that the problems or the solution to African problems is not by us to go back into our tribal enclave. I think that's a very retrogressive view. But having said that, also, I still think that, look, he should be free to hold his view, even if somebody's mic is on, and I think sometimes Mr. Ike, Mazi Ike.
Don't worry, I've shut it.
All right, thank you. So, look, I think he should be released, and I think that will help the country to move forward. But again, another last point I want to make is to also reiterate to us that one of the problems that Nnamdi Kanu is having is not his own making. It's even for the supporters, for the people. But when you say that he's held because he's an Igbo man, okay, then you're also ostracizing all the other people, somebody like me who really wants to support him. They don't make it everything tends to be an Igbo agenda. If somebody is contesting for presidency, the tendency is to say, oh no, he's not president because he's an Igbo man, which means that it's only Igbo that is like, some of these narratives, they're absolutely wrong and they are compounding. Nnamdi Kanu is a national problem. It's not an Igbo problem. I'm not happy that the man is incarcerated and the country is not moving forward. At least a large section of the country is not moving forward. Okay? So that is my position on Nnamdi Kanu. I think whatever it is that he has committed, look, we should forgive. Hopefully the man must have learned his lesson also. In my place, there's a saying that Sarkin Yawa, Yapu Sarkin Karpi. I'm sure somebody like KJ can interpret to people. I believe that the country should rally around Nnamdi Kanu. It's a national problem. That's why I like this guy, what's his name now? Moele Showore. Half of our problems with black people is that everything we think that another man's head na pot. People think that, okay, because it's Nnamdi Kanu now, nobody, no, but tomorrow it will be me that will be incarcerated. So I think we should all as a country rally around behind the guy, and the people that are making it an Igbo issue should stop doing that. It's a national issue. It's a national problem. And the truth is that it's not only Nnamdi Kanu that Nigeria has incarcerated without reason and have kept people for a long time. It's a national problem. And this is not the first time. It's not an Igbo problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Masker. Let's hear from you. Boom Boom Ray.
Yeah, so that video you played, the man claimed to be the Kenyan High Commissioner to Nigeria. But when I checked, the ambassador to Nigeria, the High Commissioner, was Ambassador Isaac Parashina, and he looked nothing like the man that was on that video.
That man later died. That man, that was a former.
What are you saying?
That guy dropped after. KG, sorry. That man, after that comment, he later died a week later. That was a Kenyan ambassador to Nigeria, but he later died.
In what year? What year?
The year 1 year after 20. That was 20. Nnamdi Kanu was rendition 2021, and that at the same 2021, that guy died. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Because I wanted to know what event that was, so that was going to help me.
It was a press conference he called. It was a press conference. He was addressing the press in Abuja.
All right, because I wanted to be, because I was trying to figure out who the characters are and who was that speaking. So that
but if you know the event, what happened then? Why do you
Well, it
always
helps
talk
me.
nonsense every time you come
Why
here?
are we? Why
If
can't
you
you
not
let
get
us
event, what happened there?
I
Oh my
beg
friend, people talk
concern,
nonsense too much.
hold on. Please.
Well,
We've
I
had
think
civil. Hold on. Let's not get rowdy, please. Allow him it's his time. If you have any rebuttal, you do it when it comes to your time. Go ahead, sir.
so. Well, knowing the event would actually help me make an informed decision. This is how I think intelligent people will think. You just don't jump to assumptions. You don't just jump into conclusions without knowing and then having an entire picture of what you're dealing with. I would believe everybody would agree that this is how an intelligent person would approach a situation. So that was what I wanted to find out. That being said, what I would really want to, and again, KJ, we need to be very careful. And I do understand, not everybody understands the law. I get that. But we also got to be careful about pronouncements we make on on platforms like this. Yes, it is true that a federal high court at some point dismissed Nnamdi Kanu's case. But the federal government of Nigeria actually appealed it, which they have a right to do. They appealed it to the apex court, which is the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court reversed the ruling of the appeals court and referred the case back to the Abuja Federal High Court. So it's not like they just dismissed it and said he has to go. Yes, they dismissed it. A lower court dismissed it, but the highest court in the land reinstated the ruling of the Federal High Court and reinstated the charges, and the case has been allowed to proceed. One thing I want to know, and I asked this yesterday, there's something called a habeas corpus, which is a writ to challenge prolonged incarceration, undue prolonged incarceration by a government. I don't know the standards needed to file such a writ in Nigeria, and I don't know why. I've never heard Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers ever speak on that. So that is what I want to know. As Nnamdi Kanu's rights to a speedy trial, have they been violated? As far as I can see, there is a 30-day time clock start in Nigeria. But like Masca rightly said, there are things that hinder a speedy justice in Nigeria. For example, in the West, in the southwest of Nigeria, recently, we saw a case where someone was incarcerated for 14 years for stealing a chicken. Never convicted until he was pardoned by the governor of that southwest state. I think it was Ogun State. What we have to be careful about, and what we have to realize, is that Nnamdi Kanu's case is a very, very serious case, probably the most serious we've seen in Nigeria in the last 30 years. The gravity of his alleged offenses are very serious. They're not something you can just dismiss at the wave of a hand and say, well, he really hasn't done anything. The last speaker before Masker said, if they say he has incited violence, where's the evidence? At one of his trials, they played a tape, which I think all of us have seen on here. Forefathers have played that tape multiple times. We've also seen it in social media, where he did incite violence. Now, he could be found not guilty. This is not my position. 9 years or 7 years or thereabouts, or how long he has been incarcerated, is a long time. But why I mentioned the gravity of his offense, if you remember Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, when Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was arrested, he was the mastermind for the September 11 attacks. At that time, this is what they told us. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, also facing similar charges like Nnamdi Kanu, not exactly the same, but similar charges, was extraordinarily rendered from Pakistan in 2003. He had to go through various CIA prisons, IPSI prisons, that's his Pakistani intelligence. And he was not until 2006 before he was sent to Guantanamo Bay. And in 2024, just last year, before his case was finally decided. So we're talking over 20.
Okay, I thought I'll give you a lot of time, but you have taken 5
Well,
minutes.
you always cut me off when I've just been talking for like 3 minutes.
Taking 5 minutes. Why I give other people 3 minutes? I've given you 5
me. I'm looking at
right,
the time.
5 minutes, 10 seconds.
KJ, every time I tried to talk, you did it the last time. You even bypassed me. This is the second time I'm having a chance to talk. You start cutting me off. But in any event, 14 years was what Khalid Sheikh Mohammed had to face before he could go in front of a judge, which is to state that the gravity of his offense is enormous, and it is not as simplistic as people on the panel are trying to paint it. This is a very serious charge, accusations of terrorism, accusations of incitement against the Federal Republic of that country, of Nigeria. So I don't think we should just look at it as
all right. Thank you. I've given you 6 minutes. That's good enough. Now I want to say this, and I'm saying this for the benefit of
KJ is not you. KJ, we're all here to make all of us have opinions. Let's move.
Yes.
He has said this. Let's move on. Leave yours. You are moderating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're making it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're taking our time, and that's not fair. We've all got things to do, man.
Okay, I'll take it. I didn't hear that, sir.
Because, exactly. Yes.
KJ, respect your tie. Respect your tie. You are wearing tie. Follow the decorum.
You're taking our time, man.
The value of education. When you are dealing with educated people, you can't be a tyrant. It will not be possible. They won't allow you, KJ.
No, you are making a mistake. Who is being tyrannical here?
KJ, you get the point.
Let's move on. Have 3 minutes. I give you 5 minutes. Let's not say that now. It's like we just throw this in around. It's not good. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Don't know if you're hearing me.
Yeah, we'll hear you.
Okay, so actually, I was here when you were discussing the first issue, but I wasn't given the opportunity. But let me say this.
Go ahead. I also input on that.
Yeah, let me say this. Nnamdi Kanu is a symptom of what is wrong with a country called Nigeria. Okay? The last speaker just said that the federal government appealed the case, but they willfully disobeyed the court order that released him. Now, an appeal court cannot sit on appeal on his own case, in the case he sat on. So, in other words, nobody, not even the government, obeys its constitution. Now, why is that the case? Because the constitution does not derive from the culture of the people. Now, and I have said this, and I say it again and over again. No country can develop without its culture, because it is from the culture of the people that you drive your constitution. Now, I heard people say, oh, let's leave ethnicity, let's leave tribe, let's leave nationality, let's leave this, let's leave that. Now, these are English words. They don't mean the same. Tribe and ethnicity don't mean the same. And state and country don't mean the same. And nation and and country don't mean the same. Okay, so we must always understand the differences in this. But why I am particularly about this is this. Ethnicity is defined by 4 values. 1, language. 2, history. 3, culture. 4, social values. Now, if you remove all these things in any human being, for those who say, I want to be detribalized, I want to be this, I want to be that, then you are no longer a human being. It's as simple as that. Now, why is it a problem in Nigeria if all this diversity are brought together, especially incompatible ones, incompatible diversity? It brings this kind of problem that nobody obeys the constitution, not even the president. Nobody obeys the constitution because it does not come from their culture. And so I keep on saying this. One of the biggest problems that those nationalists, the forefathers, or those who they call the forefathers, made, the mistake they made was they didn't ask themselves, why did we want the colonial masters go? Why did they chase them away? Is it just to replace them or to replace the system? Now, whenever you go and introduce your culture, your language, your social value to another people, you are simply colonizing them. So if the forefathers didn't decolonize Nigeria, and then they want to run with the system, there's no reason why Nigeria will never ever work. Never. And the people keep on saying, oh, we are multicultural, there's no country that is strong on multiculturalism. There is a difference between multi-ethnic and multicultural. No country runs on multicultural. And that's what Nigeria has been trying, experimenting over the years. And it's not working, and it will never work. So, and let me give you an experiment to any of you to do. Go to Sokoto, take 1 grain of maize, white maize, and take another grain of yellow maize. Go to rivers, bring a pool of white maize, and put those 2 grains of maize you have picked up from Sokoto, turn it, and then start looking for those grains. You will easily find the yellow grains because they are easily found, but you will never ever find that white grain. So anybody who is not aware or who is not familiar with why the Fulanis in Nigeria invited the Fulanis from all over the world to come to Nigeria to kill, maim, and destroy the indigenous people, this is your answer. Now, I have said it before, and I keep on saying it. People of the TV people that are being killed when you are talking about Christians, the TV people are being killed. Why are they being killed? Because the system divided the TV people into River Benue, River Taraba, River Nasarawa, and then they are no longer fighting as TV people. When this madness from the Fulanis started in 1804, and they marched down to TV, the TV people stopped them as TV people. But today, they are being killed, they are being devastated because they have been divided into rivers, creating artificial names for them. And nobody stop it.
All right. Thank you, Chris. I've given you 7 minutes. So for the conversation, you were here earlier and we didn't give you an opportunity to speak. Thank you. I have somebody behind the set. Oti is waiting behind. So I will quickly consign, please. Who has gone out? Is it Chris? All right. Let me bring in Oti. If you don't mind, let me jump to. Okay, let me not jump. Consign, go ahead. I see you, and welcome, and I see you, welcome also. Consign, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Starting now.
How 3 minutes, KJ?
Hey, it's 3 minutes. I'll be giving
No, you give her that 5 minutes. Give 6 minutes. I have not even spoken.
So that all of us will speak now. We'll go around again 2 times.
Obabolo, please keep yourself there. How many times speak here? Well,
Make
good
I
day,
see
our
how quickly
panelists.
we finish this game.
My brother CM, Mr. KJ, Opera, Mr. Mefula, and Masker, all of you. Anime Chuku also, yeah. Today I saw you talking and I was very impressed, Yeah, because you asked a question. This country, who want to be in this country, or who is happy to be in this kind of zoo place, So I think the question you asked was very, very important. You see, I want to start with this issue of genocide. The government is run away from being called Nigeria genocide because of they don't want sanction from other countries. It's not only Ted Cruz that talk about this genocide. Even the Canadians talk about this genocide. Not only them, other people are talking about this genocide. Is it genocide in Nigeria? Yes, there's genocide in Nigeria. If there's no genocide in Nigeria, Nigeria have not been in this way before. If the government today want to fish out these people, they will. Because it is one people that is doing it. It is one people. That is why it is good for them. Buhari started this nonsense. Well, they started from before, but Buhari came and they gave what they call them, say they gave them 100 and something billion to the Fulani herdsmen and so on and so forth. And that is where the problem started. They went and armed themselves and they take arms from other people. And that's where this thing started. And when these people were doing how they were doing, he never arrested anybody. The UAE bring out the people who are sponsored. Nobody arrested them. Because why? It is coming from the same set of people. Aerofy made a statement that IPOB is asking to divide the country, which is the worst. These people that are just kidnapping people. They're just kidnapping people. That is just nothing. You see, it's just petty. So when you saw these things, and again, when the Bini people kill about some Fulanis, what happened? All the whole Uproar was in the north. But you ask yourself, in Ebonyi State, in Imo State, in Anambra State, in Enugu State, Enugu State, Fulanis comes there to kill them. But the Fulanis don't say anything. And who are they killing in those areas? Christians. And in Kaduna, when Erufa was there, it was Christians that are being killed in the southern Kaduna. In Jos, all those places, it was Christians. So when people said this is genocide against Christians, it's genocide against Christians. Whether the government want to be given sanction, they'll get that sanction. Because I didn't see no Igbo man, no even Yoruba can go to the north and kill Fulanis. It can't. You see that day, the military we destroy that even if they're coming from if they're coming from Ogun State, you see that Ogun State will be leveled because Christians went and killed them. So if some few and the other guy who talked and the other guy who said the statistics of the Christian killed. He called the statistics. He mentioned some thousands or so, but nobody can even say this is the thousand of Muslims that killed. So in crossfire, some people may die. Not that those people that are the target, but they are just on the crossfire. That's why they just got them. So in reality, whether we like it or not, whether we can defend, I don't think anybody can defend this. What you have in Nigeria is a genocide against Christians. Whether you like it or not, it's your own problem. On the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, well, the issue of that man, if you have conscience, if it's somebody who have conscience, you must know that this is something against the Igbos. It's not only that against the Igbos. Today, this genocide, these things that are doing against the Igbos, that destroying our markets, that destroying our businesses. The vice president, there was a voice note before he became this thing. They said it. They will destroy all Igbo, or they will destroy Igbo things, and they're doing it today. That's also part of genocide that they are committing against people. So when we look at all these things, Nnamdi Kanu, they don't believe that Nnamdi Kanu is the one that here from the Igbos. That's why they keep him there. They just want to destroy everything about the Igbos. We say, let's go. They say we cannot go. You see, I want to say my mind here. For me, honestly speaking, I don't want to be with the Fulanis. I've not been tribal, but those that went far, they can go any length to destroy others to get what they want. I don't want to be with such people. If there's a way Nigeria can divide today, I will be very, very happy so that everybody can be on his own. Like the other man said, the culture is different, everything different, tradition different. These people that bring us together, these British that bring, please, JKJ, will just some minutes. These people that bring us together, not people that are brought together by the British are still together together. Zambia, Zimbabwe, they divide themselves. They are no more together. What they call it, Malaysia, Singapore, they are no more together. Tanzania, they're no more together. Kenya, all of them have been, all of them. Why is Nigeria? What the people that are keeping Nnamdi Kanu is those that doesn't want to hear anything about let's divide because they are benefiting from Nigeria. People from the south side, people from the south have to benefit. They're not benefiting.
Am I talking? Thank you. Thank you. You see, I gave you more time because you have not spoken before, and you've taken up to 6 minutes. So let's go to other people. Let's be fair to all. Thank you so much, and I hear your point, and I don't want to buttress it before Mr. Anelechuku will tell me that I'm wasting time. So, Mr. Anelechuku, over to you.
Thank you, KJ. Yeah, I believe why we're all gathered here is to solve the problem of the Nigerian question. And if we are here to solve that question, that problem of Nigerian question, then we should all be contributing and talking like people who want to solve a problem that affects all of us. As I said earlier, the problem we have in Nigeria is that we do not want to call a spade a spade. We want to call a spade an iron that has a long stick. Instead of saying it's a spade, save that time and call it a spade because that's what it is. Now, I want to say this regarding the Nnamdi Kanu matter. I am an Igbo man circumcised on the 8th day. I am an Igbo man, every Igbo man will understand that. Now, I don't believe in the Biafra Nnamdi Kanu is fighting. The Biafra I believe in is the Biafra of 1967. But that Biafra is not realistic anymore. I do not believe in his approach of fighting the Biafra. But his incarceration, I am vehemently against it. I want to say this. The crime Nnamdi Kanu is charged is felony. Asari Dokubo was charged of felony. He has been discharged and acquitted. His case was discontinued. Sowore was charged of felony. He's been discharged and his case is discontinued. Wole Soyinka was charged of felony. He's been discharged and his case discontinued. Why is Nnamdi Kanu's case different? Sunday Igboho crime and case was felony. He's been discharged and acquitted. His case discontinued. So why is Nnamdi Kanu's case different? The simple answer is because he's an Igbo man. It doesn't matter anybody leaks about it. But that's not being apologetic. The simple reason is that Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo man. Question is, why? Now, Tinubu do not have any valid reason to hold Nnamdi Kanu in detention any further. He's fighting a vendetta war for Buhari, and that makes no sense. This is how many years Tinubu has been in government, 2 years plus. And he inherited a baggage that he can easily dispense. A few days ago, he pardoned a list of people and acquitted a list of people who committed crimes. And those who are in jail and those who are dead and alive, he acquitted them. He discharged them. What is different within Nnamdi Kanu's matter? Simple. He's an Igbo man. But I don't blame him. I blame Igbos, especially those at the corridor of powers. If they mount pressure on Tinubu, he will get him released because Nnamdi Kanu has no case. the other speaker that said that Nnamdi Kanu's case is grievous. No, it's not grievous.
Rubbish.
It's as grievous as the cases of the previous felon people who committed the same offense that have been discharged and acquitted, and their cases discontinued. It's as simple as that. So, and again, I need to say this, as I have earlier, said, I do not believe in Nnamdi Kanu's Biafra, but his IPOB is not a terrorist organization. It's not. It's only branded a terrorist organization because it's an Igbo thing. It has to do with Igbos. Let us not be sentimental about this. So the question is, why is it so? If we enthrone objectivity, we will no longer be looking at things this way. It's because the folks in power are not being objective. They're not seeing Nnamdi Kanu or an Igbo man who has committed offense, like a Yoruba man who had committed offense like Igboho, even had to go to Buckingham Palace to submit a petition.
Okay,
Tinubu did not do nothing on him.
I need to stop you. I think I give you 1 minute more to round up. So if you don't mind, just round up.
I rest my case. All right, in as much as I won't summarize, but let it be so that my brother that said he went to see the spirit, let him tell us what he had from the spirits.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think when the story started trending in Nigeria, I think one of the things that he was initially accused of was insulting the president and saying that the president was a clone, was not Ray Buhari, and his team were a bit too fast, because this case would have ended when it started. But I'll leave it, and when I'm rounding up, I'll make that assertion. But is there anybody who has seen all what Nnamdi Kanu says starting from 2012 till this day that have not happened? Is there anybody with any such this thing? I'll leave that to Okpabilo. You have been on this issue. Have you, if you listen to his broadcast, is there anything he said that has not really happened in the contraction called Nigeria?
Well, on that aspect, Nnamdi Kanu is a very conscious man who pay attention to signals, not just a noise that is being fed us on daily basis by various media. But yes, from the spirit, just like my brother wants to hear, the spirit says that, last time when they postponed this legal thing, I said, what's going on? I don't understand laws and all that. They say, well, that's a legal procedure, a new person coming, continue. I say, well, since then, I just conclude say this is a marathon, it will take. But the spirit are saying that I should look at it from the political lens, and three things, appear very clearly to me here, leading from the man, Showore himself, who whether we like it or not, make us talk about this issue today. Yes, even though our court come from, but we are on the convention because of Showore. Showore, he has him here. Whether we like it or not, Nnamdi Kanu is not a politician. I use him as a political tool. How to leverage on his popularity, his notoriety, his heroic, however you see him, but it's somebody that is in an interest. It's no longer ordinary Nigerian anymore, so everybody is leveraging on it. So Showore is looking at three things here. One is the timing. October 20th, that's an anniversary of NSAS. So what's the game here? Is it to suppress the anniversary of NSAS, or is leveraging on that to boost his own popularity? I don't know. I don't believe in coincidence, but that is not just it didn't just happen out of the blue, as far as I'm concerned. The second one here is we are seeing a man who yes, he's a politician, whether I like it, on 2027 year, and it's a political scene here. He hardly make national headline that lasts more than 2-3 hours. It's gone. Unlike people like Obi is in Rome. He go day headline for days. If he mess, people are describing how the mess smell, the loudness of the smell and all that. Article the same thing. So the pressure is on him to level up if you actually want to make any headway at all in 2020, in 2027. So it's using that to see how we can level up as time goes, because as far as I'm concerned, there is no point going around to say Obi has to be in your protest. But on the other hand, you are rallying around the people that you criticize on daily basis, that who are responsible in keeping the man in detention. So it doesn't make sense to me. So Obi is also at the target here. I keep saying it, 2023 is a do or die for Obi. You either do well and your political presidential ambition keep going, or you perform poorly, and that is the end of the story. So he's a target. Everybody is asking him to come and join, and so they can leverage on that, either to go attack him or see either he come out or he don't come out now. That would be the end. That would be the headline come 20th after that protest. If you go hold at all, the headline will not be dominated, by the reason why the protest was caused, which is to bring awareness to government, which doesn't make sense to me in the first place. You are not holding a protest to bring awareness, either to bring awareness from the international community to see the injustice that is being done. That's not the case. You want to march to Asu Rock so that the president will do what? It's the presidency that put him there in the first place. So that doesn't make sense. So hence, Obi has to either. So after that protest, the headline will be either Obi is there, and if you no show up to, it will still be about Obi. So because to either make national headline and stick, you have to attach Obi to the issue. So I look at it from that angle. The Nnamdi Kanu issue is serious, but unfortunately, the people who are bringing awareness to his case are politicians. So there's no way we cannot read minutes that these are not ordinary Nigerians who are fed up of the justice system and how he's being treated and say, you know what, enough is enough. No, this is a professional politician who has done everything within his reach to stay on the national news, and it's not working. So the next stage for him to go now is to go and look at that man who is in prison and say, okay, there are a lot of pockets, either individual and group of people who are angry about the situation.
All right.
Who are running around them. So
thank you so much.
Going on here.
Thank you. I've given you more than enough time, so I thank you. But I want you to know some people have that same opinion.
You're a politician. Talk the time when you give me. Don't say you're enough time. That's
you did 5 minutes, bro. You did 5 minutes.
Now you are talking. You said enough time. People could say 10 minutes now. You give me.
No, I wanted you to run. I didn't want to cut you. I wanted to run them. Come on, you guys. Go down. Okay. Now, listen. Some people have that same opinion, but here's what I say, and it's not a coincidence that at every point in time, okay, before the Civil War and during the Civil War, it was Olusegun who stepped into the bout and said, no, this is injustice, and he will not stand it. Now, in this time, it is another Shore who have stepped up the plate to say this injustice has got to stop. Whether you like it or whether you're looking for a popularity or not, there's something that St. Paul said in the Bible. He said, whether you preach Jesus with mockery or you preach him in reality, what is important is that Jesus has been preached. So whether Shore is doing it to gain popularity, for which I praise him, because Shore is an extraordinary person, better than myself. Some of what his actions he's taken, I can't take it. He's put his life on the line every time. So whether he's doing it for popularity or to gain a political mileage or not, whatever he's doing it for the interest of the Nigerian people. And so I don't begrudge him, in any of those. After all, there are many Igbo politicians. None of them have been able to do that. Those who carry six-pack, all of them dead there. None of them don't come out do the same thing that he's doing. So based on that, I think Shore should be praised, whether we like it or not. The man is doing a good job, I haven't said that. Let me go to CM. CM, you're welcome. I know you're just coming in. It's because of people like you that I'm still keeping this channel running so you can make your contribution. So let's hear from you, CM. Welcome.
Okay, what is the issue? What is maybe I missed a lot actually. Good evening, everybody. I think I've missed a lot, but because of the issue of Nnamdi Kanu and Shore is topical.
Mm-hmm. discuss on this issue of Nnamdi Kanu.
Well, the thing is, you know, okay. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not going to say anything new, but the thing is, I can only reinforce what the viewpoint of some people. Those that still want to play juvenile ostracism, they are free to do so and deny. Nnamdi Kanu is being held till today because of one thing: he is Igbo. Full stop. That is, if you like, you can slice it the way you. Anybody can deny anything. There are cases. I mean, examples are abandoned. And why I'm holding him is that they felt if he's released, or let me put it this way, Nnamdi Kanu has got what they call a satirical. Is it satirical or ecclesiastical gift? He has a gift of clairvoyance. All the things he predicted about Nigeria is true. All the things he said this will happen, they've all come, except one. He always say it. To hoist Biafran flag at the UN. That is what is left. That is the only, every other thing go through his broadcast. What he said, they're all there. But that is by the way. You see, why he's being held, all these things they are just painting, is because release him, he will galvanize us, like he has always done, to a referendum, and I bet you the last referendum done in Nigeria was in 1963, August, the one that gave rise to Midwest region. The percentage was over 80 that voted for Midwest. Think about 83. This time, if you organize a referendum for Biafra, if you get less than 90%, don't call me CM. That is under a free and fair, because Ndi Igbo are tired. We want to leave. Now, what is the implication? The moment the man leaves, I can also bet my life the Fulani and the Yoruba cannot be in the same country. Forget about all this power rotating between Fulani in the north down to Yoruba in the west, and then from Yoruba in the west, it goes to Fulani in the north, from Fulani again. Because we are not part of Nigeria. Yoruba Southwest cannot coexist with the Fulani. It's not possible. It's not. So all these things they are talking, they feel that the moment Igbo man leaves, no matter their population, they would like to be. Ogoni, we tell you they are not staying. Ijo we go. Therefore, all this oil well in. So that is what they are really, all this holding in and they kind of trying to put beyond country. It's a lie. Nigeria, let me repeat, nobody has ever challenged me, and I keep throwing it as change. Nigeria is the only country joined together by Britain that is still the way Britain joined us together. Other countries, they found their way. Look at where India is. India is richer than Britain till today. India is the most populous country in the world. They are richer than Britain. You can't talk of Haiti in the world without mentioning Indians. All the major Google, anything you can mention, they are managing director, the all Indians. Look at Bangladesh, they are struggling on their own. Pakistan is there. Are you going to mention Singapore and Malaysia joined together by Britain? Where are they today? Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, they were one country, East Africa Protectorate. Where are they today? Zambia and Zimbabwe, we are called Rhodesia. During independence, they said, okay, they were struggling. Zambia has to answer Northern Rhodesia. Zimbabwe answered Southern Rhodesia. When they got their independence, they answered their real Zambia and Zimbabwe. So what are we talking about? There's no country. Britain joined together. They've all gone there because they know they can't coexist. Nigeria is because of one reason. Let me also add this. But nobody can play God. Today, according to Professor Naji, former Minister for Science and Technology, it's not authority you can dispute. The only black man to be inducted into American Scientific Foundation and former professor of robotics at MIT. He said Nigeria is more of a gas country than crude oil. Today, the Europeans bow down to Russia. Do you know why? Because of gas. Energy prices are rising in UK, everywhere in Europe, because the fact that Russia has seized gas. They are fighting with Ukraine. Russia is the world's largest deposit where you have gas, followed by Qatar. Number 3 is Oguta in Imo State. Oguta in Imo State. That is where you have the largest deposit of gas in Africa. There could be gas in a Warri area, I'm not doubting, but the largest deposit in Africa is Oguta, and the 3rd largest in the world. Look at Qatar. Look at where Russia is. So they are afraid that if these people, because of their gas economy, so but all these things, you can't stop it. So that's why today they are laying gas pipeline, if not they finished, from Imo State down to Europe to supply as a shortfall. They know all these things, but you can't stop it. You can't stop Ndibo. We are creative, we are geniuses. They know it. So trying.
Them is very loud.
Okay, so please. So trying to hold on Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, sorry, please. Let me lower. So trying to hold on Nnamdi Kanu down as a pretext to prevent Ndibo from leaving Nigeria. It's just a waste of time. Frank Fanon said every generation has a duty to attend to the challenge of their generation. Our fathers agreed to 3R. In the end, they got nothing. This present generation of under 30, maybe born in the year 2000 or 1995, they're not willing to put all the shit. So holding Nnamdi Kanu to me is meaningless.
Okay,
it doesn't make anything. Meanwhile, let me round on this. El Zalzaki was allowed to. Okay, El Zalzaki was allowed to access medical treatment. Why wasn't Nnamdi Kanu not allowed to? Medical treatment, Nnamdi Kanu's potassium is what they call hypokalemia, which means the potassium level is very low that can predispose to cardiac arrest. People should go and read about it. So all these shenanigans are holding Nnamdi Kanu. Another Nnamdi Kanu is in the offing, if they don't know. So holding in Igbo, Nigeria will crumble. Just allow us to go. Yoruba and Fulani can go and manage the people they feed, they can manage. Let me stop here. Thank you.
So much, you have taken more than.
We're not going nowhere. Go where to who?
Okay, Mr. Okay, thank you. I think I've given you have spoken your own, and let other people speak. All right, thank you, CM. Let's move on. Oti, it's your turn. You have heard his submission, and I know you are very, economical with words. But I want you to be able to frame it the way that we all can understand. Don't you think that this thing is pushing too much? Because once you don't have respect for human life, of what will be important to you more?
Well, yes. Hello, everyone. Yes, I don't have too many words. Okay, quite frankly. Yeah, I mean, in as much as one can be educated by CM's, his presentations. Yes, he's quite knowledgeable and has all the facts. No, but life is not as life is larger than logic. Things are not as simple as you make them out to be. Yes, I mean, these are facts. But the question really, he didn't address the question about asking Nnamdi, his position and maybe the genus and all that. So if one wants to stick to the question you're asking, now, okay, let me come to this genocide thing. For me, it's a simple matter. Now, because of a government, all over the world, we know what the government is supposed to be about. Okay, if a government cannot protect lives and properties, of what use is it? So, and people are dying in Nigeria like no man's business. Okay, they're contesting. They're trying to say that it's not genocide against a particular group, a religious group. It's not. It doesn't make sense. Shouldn't their concern be really to stop the bloodshed, the wanton destruction of lives and property in Nigeria. That's what any serious government, any legitimate government should be interested in, and not try to make argue with a foreign power, foreign government, or foreign whatever, whether what's happening in Nigeria meets the test of genocide. It's a lack of seriousness. Now, coming to that of Nnamdi Kanu. Sorry, is it Houthis or not? Yes, I listened to him, and it's actually there is why I kind of joined this session now. Saying Nnamdi Kanu committed one of the, if not the most grievous crime. Okay, so he incited people. Okay, made inciting statements. So that is by your understanding, by your your moral standard. So
Did
that
I
is
say
worse
committed?
than.
You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. Did I say he committed?
Yes.
He's accused
Hold on, let me
of
finish.
committing.
Now I'm talking.
No, you
I'm
can't
just.
accuse me. You're a lawyer. You're an attorney too. So
No,
did I say he
but that's what you
committed it,
said.
or did I say he's accused of
hold on,
committing
sir. Hold on, sir. Can you allow him? You want to
You
get
said
it? No,
to
you can't.
Okay, he's
Especially
accused.
since
Okay,
he's a
sorry, he's
lawyer.
accused, right? Okay,
No,
but
no, you're accused of
sorry,
it or
but
not.
of course, I mean the allegation, the accusation is that he's
Those
committed.
are
It hasn't been
allegations,
proven, but that is
but
the.
that's a different.
Sorry, can you allow him speak? Can you allow him speak, please?
So use the proper term. You're an attorney too.
Okay, sorry. Okay, yes, he's accused, right? Now, so hasn't been proven. Okay, no offense has been proven. So now the way I look at it is this. Again, I'm quite simple. I don't complicate this unnecessarily. Any person with common sense will understand what is going on here. Now, okay, he's accused of incitement, sedition, whatever. Now, but we have in Nigeria individuals that are armed, heavily armed, going about. I mean, killing people, raising villages, challenging the sovereignty of the country, territorial integrity. I mean, because they are collecting taxes, doing all these things. That's to your mind is not quite as serious as somebody, or rather is less serious than somebody making inciting statement. That's by your I don't know where to begin. And coming to Nigerian judiciary, okay, you said he was first of all the Federal High Court, and then Court of Appeal, and then Supreme Court. Well, in his case, I can actually say that the Federal High Court was more of a court of justice or court of law than the higher courts, especially the Supreme Court of Nigeria, because by the time it gets to that level, it's no longer a trial as such. It's no longer a legal process. It becomes something else. Supreme Court, highest court in the land. And you think that in the Nigerian Supreme Court, you think is it law there? Is it law? Is from what we know of what that court has been up to in recent times? You really can take them serious? Okay, so I'm not claiming to know the specifics of the trial, the legal arguments, both at the Federal High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. But at least the fact of his rendition, illegal, he was brought back to Nigeria illegally. That is, there's no doubt about that. So that fact alone, which negates any court in that, the validity of any trial, for him to stand trial in Nigeria, because this is against international norms and law. They should know that, which that Court of First Instance recognized, and the Supreme Court actually didn't disagree with them on that. So the whole thing is Nigeria is not a serious country. Okay, so they are doing what they're doing. It's not a court of justice. It's not a legal process. It's gone beyond that. Okay, so yes, Malami, the Attorney General, that well, I don't know. I wouldn't say maybe instigated, or at least was part of. He was instrumental in the whole thing, shenanigans. Somebody kidnapped, and then brought back to Nigeria, and then you want to try him in Nigeria, in a Nigerian court. okay, against all international norms and standards. You want to take Nigerian Supreme Court serious? Come, we're not. It's just no. So anyway, they should again, if it's a sensible government, you ask yourself, what do they really hope to gain? What do they stand to gain in their mind if they're thinking by keeping him or this wise, spending that amount of money? Okay, and if like risking the insecurity and destabilization of the southeast. This is not a government that is mindful. They're mindless. That is hopeless. That's my assessment. That is quite simple. I don't, we don't need to speak a lot about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I also want to agree with every submission I've made. What do they stand to achieve by continuously keeping him in detention? I don't think there's anything to achieve there, except the fact that you are using him as a political pawn. Having said that, I don't know if Consign is still consigned to be with us on this, or has gone, because I can see. Okay, Consign, please go ahead and make your concern about this issue. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I will start with. It's unfortunate we have a terrorist government, which the Canadians have said. The Canadian law said the judge said that Nigeria is a terrorist government, and the party APC, they're terrorists. That's why these people are dying. They don't even give a hood. A president can never even mention Boko Haram in his statement. No day. Boko Haram have been going around killing people everywhere. But that president can never mention Boko Haram. You only talk of IPOB or ESN. So that's to tell the insensitivity of the government. This man, I want to advise the youth of Nigeria and the Yorubas. The Yoruba political class believe that what Tinubu is doing maybe is good for them. But you see, the world turns around. Tomorrow is pregnant. Nobody knows what tomorrow is going to be. What they are doing today, nobody knows tomorrow. I've been telling the people, because today, Igbo things are being destroyed everywhere. Today, even the Igbos, how many of them are the civil service in Abuja? How many of them are there? The percentage is just 1%. Everything they're taking, even political, everything, they believe that is the way to go. The way to move the country forward. For me, I always said it. If I don't see how a country can, a tribe can believe in such a man, a drug dealer, who even this he pardoned almost all the people pardoned 50% of people pardoned of drug dealers who have been involved in drug before, and the tribe believe that such a man is taking to Eldorado. They're making a mistake. All the Yorubas are not involved in this, but the political class are engineering this. Keeping quiet, people's business have been destroyed, and they're happy. Keeping quiet, Nnamdi Kanu is in jail, and they're happy. Keeping quiet, we are being ostracized from everything about Nigeria. We the Igbos fought for Nigerian independence. They with the Bini, they with other tribes, with the Yoruba, with the outside, the Fulani, the outside, they fought for the independence. But today, the Igbos are nowhere to be. They want to destroy us because of what they will get. I don't know. Like this, Nnamdi Kanu, this man said, what are they trying to get? They want to use it. They want to use Nnamdi Kanu. One of the days they will sentence him. The next time they will pardon him. So everybody held Tinubu has done great. He has done great. That's what they're trying to do. We know what they're trying to do. And those who are talking about Sowore is not trying. Sowore, if Sowore is bad, if Sowore is not trying, go and do what that thing that Sowore want to do. Go and do it. Okay, so I like what Sowore is doing. If Sowore can help, and that man, the protest can go make a decision that man can come out. Let it come out. I believe, and whatever anybody said, doesn't like what Nnamdi Kanu was doing it. I like how Nnamdi Kanu was doing it. I like the way he was pursuing that Biafra. Because Nnamdi Kanu never started with anybody sin. He started good intention. If Nnamdi Kanu started good intention of Nigeria, he started for the Kaduna people, for the Hausas. He started his this for them. He wants a good Nigeria. But when they push into it, when he started this Biafran issue, these people started killing Igbos. What do you want the man to do? He wants to keep quiet so that his people are being killed? So all the people who come every time to say, Nnamdi Kanu, the way he's doing it doesn't like. How did you yourself, what have you done? What have you done for the good of the Igbos? Today we have political leaders. We have some. I don't even call those political leaders because those people are not Igbo leaders. Like Umahi, like Ozodinjo, like those are just governors. They're not our lead. The people who call these people leaders are useless. For me, these are not Igbo leaders. These are just political governors who they stood, who the reading can vote for, I don't know where they came from. Some of them have their fathers are Fulanis, their mothers are Kibirawa. So for me, all the people who call these people they are our leaders, they're nonsense. They stop calling these people leaders. Those are political governors who can go to hell with all their nonsense they're doing. You can't keep quiet. Your people are dying and you say you're governor, you say you're the leader of it. And it's like this APC they're entering. They're entering into hell. Because anybody in that APC is hell is going.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Consign. Thank you so much. I appreciate your contribution. Yes, Okwarai, what I don't know. Why are you putting up your hand?
Because I just okay, because I want to go to bed, man. It's almost 12.
We're rounding up. So you do your round so I can go. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes, please. Houthis are not Yazidis. You know, talking about Sheikh Khalid Mohammed, comparing to Nnamdi Kanu's case, is just you went out of it. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was mastermind of 9/11. He was the captain. That's why he was tracked in Pakistan and brought to America. So you come in, look at it, it's not like this. Because look, I know some people who are very cynical when it comes about Nnamdi Kanu and Igbo quest. I know some of them. He was talking about forefathers playing Nnamdi Kanu's clip. You know, cut and paste. Why not he play the whole full audio of that recording or that broadcast? Now there is a clip trending where former governor of River State was threatening to kill police officers and military officers. Are you going to arrest him? Now he's no more a governor. Why not I go arrest him? Because he was inciting violence. we have seen a lot of clips from even recently. One sheikh threatened to kill our beautiful first lady. He called her an infidel, that she's supposed to be killed. In Nigeria, that man is walking freely. Imagine an Igbo what they call the clergyman making such statement. Asari Dokubo has come on the air, blowing hot, telling how he's going from one place to another, killing our Igbo people. He's brandishing guns with his troops in the street of Nigeria. Nobody's arresting him. A lot of people have said worse things than Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, for example, if Nnamdi Kanu has violated your space or your law, you are holding him since 2021. Convict him now and send him to prison. That is what we are saying about. If Nnamdi Kanu is guilty, convict him, put him to a process, and jail him, and let's move on. Why are you preventing him from getting medical treatment? Can't we get it? You come here, you are equating him with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. You are, I don't know why people are like this. Take Nnamdi Kanu to hospital, take him to court, convict him or acquit him. Period. And they, again, somebody like a Showore, I don't care. That young man is, I don't care what whatever that can make Nigeria government leave this man, free Nnamdi Kanu, or take him to hospital, I'm for it. Whether it comes from Moscow, whether it comes from anybody, whether it comes from Asad Dokubo, I don't care. Let that guy get a medical treatment. You cannot prevent somebody who is in your custody from getting food or getting medical treatment. It's against the law. And finally, you're talking about some, Nigeria. Do you know one thing? Because when you carry somebody, a child's corpse, it's like you're carrying something, a wood. For example, Nigerian media is telling Nigerians Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in Kenya and and deported to Nigeria. And the media cannot show you where Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, the extradition, process. But they keep on saying he was arrested. He was kidnapped. And finally, during George Bush war in here in Middle East, those people that were rendition, they were later compensated. There was a man here in Germany that they picked in Afghanistan. That guy was never a criminal. They renditioned to America. They paid him $10 million for renditioning him. So some of them were paid money. You don't rendition anybody, and you claim you are a civic society. It's never done anywhere. Rendition somebody, you pay for it. So I am saying finally, please, before I say good night from there, Nnamdi Kanu should get proper medication. And if Nigeria government has anything against him, let them jail him. If not, let them free him. Thank you and good night from there.
Thank you. All right. Maska.
So, sometimes when we keep going over, but anyway, I don't think I would like to repeat what I've said, just that I will reiterate the fact that I think he should be released. I think people are complicating issues when you start saying, oh no, he should get medical attention. The man should be released. Let's all be clear about that. Let's speak with one voice. No, let the man be released. The fact of the matter is that this is beyond this thing that they say, the handshake that is beyond the elbow. This is no longer a legal issue. I don't see any legal case that would, if a legal case have lapsed this long, clearly it is no longer illegal. It has exceeded legal boundaries because they said justice delayed is justice denied. So I think, one, we should stop this story of, oh no, let him go and get a medical. I think the story should be, let the man be released. Enough is enough. Like I said, it's a Nigerian issue. And just to point out to some of the things, like when I listened to Concern, when he was talking, for instance, his position is that, okay, it's not all Yoruba that are in support of Tinubu, but the political class, Yoruba political class, okay, that they are in cohort. The question I was asking myself is that, are the Igbo political class not in cohort? And if the answer is that yes, the Igbo political class are also in cohort, I can say also that the northern political class are also in cohort. What does that tell us? That this issue is really not tribal, as much as emotionally we want to convince ourselves that it's a tribal issue. The truth is that the Igbo political class, the Igbo political leaders are part of this. We may like to exonerate them as we want to, but the truth is that it's not possible. Whatever crimes that are visited on us as a people, as a country, it is with the connivance of all our political class across the divide. So, like I said, I think the man should be released, and I think enough is enough. Look, whatever crime the man, I'm not doubting the fact that the man has committed. I don't want to use the word crime, because I'm not a legal person, but I am sure that tomorrow, if somebody gets up to say that, oh, the Yoruba section of the country should go, there will be issues. If anybody from the north, this is almost exactly the same thing Boko Haram was doing. that they want to, they put their own authority. Did people sit down and look at them? The answer is no. As much as people want to delude themselves, the truth is that fighter planes were flying out on top of Boko Haram enclave. The same thing with the bandits in Zamfara. But we may deceive ourselves, we may delude ourselves to believe in the emotional phantom dreams we have that, oh no, in other places, somebody can go and declare Boko Haram territory, nothing will happen to him. But I think the man, if we want to remain on the issue, the man should be released. Forget about medical. Okay, he gets medical attention, then what happens again? You know, then we'll come back to this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Masker. Thank you for keeping the time too. I speak the truth.
You know, I think one thing that'll help, especially since we're all grown men here, is for people to start learning how to remove or separate their emotions from facts and logic. I think it's a shame when people are prone to make spurious and blanket statements, like I just said to someone in the chat, just based off of how they're feeling. When I came on here, and you can replay it, I haven't said anything with regards to his guilt or his innocence. I just spoke basically to correct certain claims that were being made, especially like by KJ, and you've made these claims numerous times. So I did correct it, and I said, well, the case hasn't been dismissed. The first thing I actually said was, I actually did challenge his incarceration, and I questioned why his lawyers hadn't filed a writ. I said that on here. Why this seemingly flew over everybody's heads and they just suddenly became emotional. I also mentioned the case of the kid that was sentenced in southwestern Nigeria for almost, he wasn't even sentenced, he was incarcerated for almost 15 years for just stealing a chicken. I questioned if Nigeria had a Speedy Trials Act. I don't know that. As far as I know, there's a 30-day lapse where the clock can be told. I mentioned all of this. Why, I guess instead of seeking clarifications, Nigerians just love to decide to pick fingers on what they don't even understand. If you don't understand what the person said, it's very simple. Ask, what do you mean by this? And then we can have a normal, sensible, adult discussion instead of you just picking on the person and just making claims that weren't even made. OT did his. Okay, admittedly, he corrected himself. Then you have the other brother talking about, why should I mention Khalid Sheikh Mohammed? I mentioned the severity of the crime. I compared it to someone that was extraordinarily rendered from Pakistan in the same similar circumstance. I compared how he also was put in CIA prisons, just like Nnamdi Kanu, taken in 2003. We didn't see him until 2006 in Guantanamo Bay. Then the next thing we see him in court. And the case has been going on close to 15 years. These were the things I did. I brought up these circumstances to compare. I brought up these situations so you can see that it is not out of the norm for the government to do this when a case is this severe or a charge is this severe. How this now turned into me admonishing him or saying he's guilty, I don't know. How do you guys always approach issues in this manner? It is always usually so hard to have a decent conversation with this panel because people just tend to be too emotional. But that is it. That's all I'm going to leave it at. I didn't say he was guilty. I didn't say he was innocent. I just corrected certain untruths. And I think when we deal with fact and we deal with logic, that is the first step to seeing a resolution to a situation like this, instead of always pointing the tribal finger or pointing the religious fingers at people that are supposed to be brothers.
Thank you. All right. Analytical.
All right. My dear brothers and compatriots, I think the contention we have here is the lack of civility and objectivity that we have that is prevailing in Nigeria. That's the challenge. If our country is being run objectively, we won't be having these issues. And when we have it, it will be resolved because the eye is on the ball of objectivity. But because that the situation prevailing in Nigeria is very subjective to where is the person from, who does he know, and all of that. That's why we're having these challenges. Now, Nnamdi Kanu, as I have already stated earlier, I don't agree with his Biafra. I don't agree with his approach. But his incarceration without trial, without fair trial, being held on for so long, tells a whole lot about how decayed Nigeria is. Simon Ekpa was arrested how many months or less than 2 years. His case has been concluded, arrested, investigated, prosecuted, and he's jailed. His matter, Nnamdi Kanu's matter, started before Simon Ekpa's matter. So why is Nnamdi Kanu still going on trial? He's not even in jail. He is in DSS custody, not in jail, not in prison. Now, I have said earlier that there are several people who committed similar offenses of felony as Nnamdi Kanu is charged. All of them have been discharged and acquitted. Why can't Nnamdi Kanu be discharged and acquitted as well? Again, even if Nnamdi Kanu is a convict, he is on life sentence, he's been convicted, and he's sick, he deserves medical attention. So there is no basis on which the government of Tinubu is holding Nnamdi Kanu, other than he's fighting a vendetta war that is needless. It's needless. Now they're using him as a political pawn because 2027 is coming. These are the things we all need to understand. They are gauging whether if you release him, it will favor APC, or if we keep holding him, it will favor APC. That is the calculation they have right now. That's why Nnamdi Kanu is still being held by Tinubu, because Tinubu has no reason whatsoever to keep him a day longer in prison, in detention of DSS. Now, I need to say something about this show thing. This is my opinion. Every Nigerian has a right to fight and seek a better Nigeria. Sowore is one of those. Now, another thing is what is the motive and what is the personality. I have observed and heard him on several interviews and several things like that. I see him as an opportunist. I see him as a passionate Nigerian, but I see him as an opportunist who thinks he's the only one that can do it right. Every other person cannot do it but him, and that's wrong. That attitude needs to change. But has he done several things that are right and proper and good? Yes, he has. So all we have to do as people who believe in Nigeria, where we all come from, is what can each and every one of us do? All of us cannot do the same thing. All of us cannot do the same thing in the same manner and way. The way I want to do it, like somebody was asking, Nnamdi Kanu is agitating or fighting for Ndib. What have others do? Others are doing other things, but not exactly how and what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. You got to do yours. I have to do mine. But the one I'm doing does not have to conflict with the interests of the people you say you're fighting for.
Okay.
Now, again, is this. I need Nigerians and all Africans to stop blaming British and stop blaming Europeans for bringing us all together. They have done nothing wrong. It is how we manage ourselves that is the issue.
They've used all your time.
Pakistan and India. Okay. Pakistan and India and the rest of the people, everybody's side, and all we are together as British have put them together, but they've all gone their separate ways. That's them. That does not mean it must apply to us.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Yes. Every day now, all is politics.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, still on the Nnamdi Kanu matter. But I think at this point we should understand that Nnamdi Kanu na the Nigerian state collectively who are holding him based on their own reason. And you want, whether we like it or not, is still the continuation of what the Civil War. Just 50 years. And it's just one of the 2-3 voices that are, rise from that angle. So it's unfortunate, but that is still at the core of our problem. And it's not, I don't think it's something we should be, kind of surprised, because this is the same people who fought the Civil War that are still in charge of the country. So it would be very, I think at this point, it would be very, we'll be deceiving ourselves to think that they will just easily release him like that just because the people are crying or people are protesting for him to be released. That's not going to be the case. This is a power tussle here, especially when we have Obi, who is coming from the defeated side of the angle at that pinnacle of power. I don't think they expected it this soon that they will rise to the challenge of, because at the end of the day, it's power. I mean, we, the ordinary people, might be seeing it from whatever emotional angle, but at that level, all this was now is about power. So holding him, keep that part of the country down in a way, because now to fight now, the attention of one presidency is no longer nice, divided. But most importantly, those who are at the forefront of the war, how do we navigate this story without it being used against them? And it's like that because they are coming from a defeated angle, and they lack most of the instruments to compete at that level. Number one, which is the media. They don't have control of that. The other side of the competition is the monopoly of media and pretty much everything. So it is at a time that they can only get out of this situation stronger. In other words, there is a benefit to holding him down too, even though we don't want to see him like that. If anything happens to him, God forbid he dies, the only way to appease that people is to bring them to power, give them the power by force. That would be the easiest way to appease them. I'm not saying they have to be appeased, but can you get away with it if you don't want to go that route? Because again, times have changed. Nnamdi Kanu was able to concentrate a generation that, as far as I'm concerned, in my lifetime as a Nigerian, nobody has able to achieve without political motive, without it being financed. So this generation are still very young, and they are going to be with us for the next 20, 30, 40 years. So the noise is always going to keep going louder. So in a way, you can say even the Nigerian state is caught at the road cross, but from history, we don't really care. But then again, if we want to look at it from that angle, it happened before. Abiola was also, I mean, you can say he's a full-time politician, is whatever. But these Southwest, the Yorubas were able to capitalize on that. Because people, they say, oh, then bring Obasanjo come to power because of MK Abiola. Yes, but they stood their ground and make it a sole conversation for a very long time. Thanks the fact that they are in control of media. And they won that argument, no matter how you want to say it. And they never look back.
Okay.
So there's so many ways to look at it, but
all right,
that level is about power.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate your contribution. CM, you have 3 minutes. Yeah, CM.
Well, what is happening? Yeah, thank you, KJ. 3 minutes, let me quickly. Well, let me start by first. I thank Showore wherever he may be or wherever he is. I thank him for taking the challenge because Nnamdi's case appeals to any human conscience. When Nelson Mandela was fighting for his people in South Africa, I understand Nelson Mandela, his ethnic group is called the Xhosa, Xhosa. I may not pronounce it very well. In South Africa, there are the Zulus, there are the Bantus, and so many. Mandela is of the Xhosa tribe also. It wasn't his people that left it to the entire world stood up because it's injustice. He was fighting, what he was fighting for was the people of the black South Africans are not allowed to vote and so many things like that. So he stood up. Nigeria even carried him for head. Majek Fashek played music, Oris Wiliki played, Mandetos played, Onyeko Onwenu, Chris Essien. So many people, we fought for it. So for those that are thinking that it's an Igbo affair, they are mistaken. It's not an Igbo affair. It has to do with conscience. So I salute the courage of Showore to do it. It does not matter those in the Igbo politicians he want to join him. If they didn't join him, it doesn't matter. He will go down in history that he fought a good fight. Like I said somewhere else, he might not know why God created him. He may think he's to be president of Nigeria. It might be something like this. Even if he succeeds, even if he didn't succeed, his name will still go down in history that yes, he saw wrong and wanted to right it. He stood up to be counted, at least has condemned it. I don't want to listen to those that say you want to score political point and so what? Is he God that will score political point? He's not a human being. Let him score it and it's good. Now, the next thing I have to add is Nnamdi Kanu is having hypokalemia, low potassium. Low potassium. This is why they admit people on an emergency. The treatment he needs is to be taken to the hospital. Then they put a drip, what they call drip, pass potassium through it over a 24-hour period to bring it to the normal level and then place him on a diet of banana because that is the commonest and the cheapest source of potassium. Potassium is physiological function is to help in muscle contraction, particularly cardiac muscles of the heart. If it's so low, it can predispose to cardiac arrest. That he is alive even up till now. Somebody might say, why hasn't he died? God has created the human and physiologically for us to, the body fights, sort of uses its own mechanism, counteract certain abnormalities. So that is what his body is struggling with. But to what extent? So that is physiology. I don't want to bother people with it. So Nnamdi Kanu, we don't care. We know where all these things, like I said, I know where all these things are heading to. The idea is that if you release him, he galvanizes people, open their eyes. Today, Ndibo ups out of Nigeria will collapse because Yoruba and the Fulani cannot coexist, and the other ethnic group. That's one. And secondly, the idea that the largest gas deposit that can serve the whole of West Africa is in Igbo land, or Haji Egbo Maguta. That is where you have the highest, the gas that can last for the next 200-300 years. Go and check. People can go and fact check me. So this is what they are trying to, if Southeast Igbo land is barren, no mineral resources, we are marginally on the street begging. They would have told us, get out, you have told us to go. But they felt that these are the power. If Igbo goes, that's what they call the knock-on effect. Urobi, Chekiri, Ogoni, John, they would like to stay. They will be agitating. Even TV won't like to deal with the Fulani. So it's as simple as that. We know where all this game is holding, but to what extent? Biafra is on the calendar. No man can stop it. They might buy Nnamdi Kanu, it doesn't matter. They might kill him, but Biafra is on the calendar. Nigeria is the only country joined together by Britain that is like that, but it's gonna crash. You can take my word to the bank. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oti.
Right. Okay. This is rounding up. Okay. Listen. Let me say. Following on from what CM just said, I just this question. The question I have, maybe someone or maybe someday it will be answered. So if the Southeast is so resourceful, so rich as he informs us, so wouldn't it be wise for the Nigerian government to actually be, almost like being very nice and kind to the Igbos, to the Southeasterners? I mean, wouldn't that be a wise thing to do, as opposed to the antagonism? Maybe like it's not. If you were in their shoes, wouldn't that be?
Oti, Oti,
If they,
Oti,
if they were
oh,
flavor
Oti,
and
Oti, please, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. I know, Oti, please, 10 seconds. I know it's your time. Do you know that Hope Uzodinma, as people despise him, Hope Uzodinma said 7 oil companies are exploring gas in Imo State, yet they do not have even an office in the whole of Imo State. That is now going to tell them that you must put your office in Imo State so that they can see your nominal role, you pay tax. These companies are in Lagos paying tax. That's why they say Lagos is the biggest economy with with companies paying tax in Lagos. So Hope Uzodinma knows exactly what he's doing.
Now listen, yes, I know, but the question I ask you is this: so, if you were, the Nigerian government or maybe the powers behind them, knowing this fact, so what would be the wise thing for them to do, as opposed to the way they're treating Southeasterners? Okay, it's a rhetorical question. I don't want you to answer it, but I'm much more interested in because I don't just come here to talk because I have a lot to say. No, I listen to people and then broaden my perspective. Because I think I tend to agree with what Anale Chukwu is saying, and I'm just wondering, is there any way his position views can be reconciled to, to what Chris has been saying? Also, I agree with Chris. So this, this idea of we are here in a territorial space, and our development as nations is something that we have to be more alive to. We can't just pretend that we are a united country, united Nigeria, going where no. All the various nations have to have a greater sense of their, if like, identity and destiny, and we can relate. We can have a union, a loose union, people doing their things, but no one nation, no one people can and should be allowed to be an impediment to to be an obstacle to any other development or progress. I mean, that is wholly unjust and unfair. So and Nalechuku, I'm sure you have listened to Chris, and Chris, you have listened to Nalechuku. So how do you can any of you tell me how I mean, is there any kind of reconciliation? Is there any kind of, because we talk and have different divergent views, is there any kind of a coming together, an integration, a common view, instead of just people talking at cross purposes? So I don't know
Yeah,
if any,
the solution is this simple.
yes.
Tinubu has no reason to hold him down the car a day longer.
No, I'm not talking about
Again,
Nnamdi Kanu now. It's not about him.
No, we're not going to
okay.
another. Oti, just go ahead.
Kind of in a simple kind of the big question. What are we here for? We want a better country or countries.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
how do we get there? And as I said, I do agree with Chris. When he talks about the importance of our ethnicities. In other words, who we are, an individual. You have a story, you have a backstory, you have a hinterland. All this thing, nation state. It doesn't just kind of fall down from the sky. I would mean. So that's the start. Otherwise, we don't have any foundation. So, Chris' view and yours, where do we go from here? That's the kind of question we should be asking ourselves. And have a proper debate, and not just people talking and then.
Okay.
Good point.
You have finished all your time. So
yes, I don't mind.
All right.
I don't have a lot to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are not going to finish the debate in one day, so let's move on. Mr. Ike.
It has been nice to be here today. I wish everybody the best of the new week. Remember that love conquers every fear. Be good to somebody. Bless somebody that is next to you. And we're going to live in a better world. See somebody that is next to you as your brother or your sister. Because if God wants all of us to live in the same place, He would have made every one of us as Indigo to live in one place together. So at a very particular point in time, whosoever that God has brought in your neighborhood, there is reason and purpose why that person is your neighbor. So your neighbor is your closest brother or sister that you see. I want to end like this. There is people's power going on right now in Madagascar. The people and the military joined them to, the president has gone into hiding, right? So by Tuesday, the governor of Enugu State will decamp to APC with everybody, That's the country we have. That's the people. That's the people that are your leaders. They go and speak for you, So, if you really want to, keep every emotion you have to what is going on in Nigeria, you are just trying to be disingenuous to yourself. I've said Nigeria is a country that is happening to everybody. It doesn't matter where you are. If it's not happening to me, it's happening to my family back home in Nigeria. When we talk about the issue of Biafra, who are the people that are bearing the brunt of Biafra? It is me from Olu. I'm from Olu. That's where the center of the brunt is. And probably maybe Enugu side. We are the people that are bearing the brunt of what is going on. I do say it here. There is no more, a lot of young men in Olu senatorial zone has left the local government. So, human life is important, as just said. Releasing Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, let him go to the hospital and treat himself. People who I am
Thank
one
you.
of is it 2 minutes or 1 minute?
You have already done 3 minutes. That was conclude.
This your minute is running like fire.
That's so the media.
No problem. But let me end like this.
Yes.
I am one of the people who tell you that whatever Sowore is doing is a political stunt. And I don't believe in whatever he's doing. And I don't care how emotion you want to attach to it. You have to be honest. You have to be realistic. We have people who are doing this. Senator Baribe and the man representing Nnamdi Kanu in the House of Representatives. We cannot have more emotion what they are going through. So we should be reasonable enough to understand that whatever each and every one of us want is one thing. We want this man to go. But the approach and the manner which we want to let him go is what is important. Let us remember that it is the state that is holding Nnamdi Kanu, not me and you. It is the government of the country that is holding him, not me. And that government of the country, all of us are part of that government.
Okay.
So we should try to reduce our emotions. Nobody loves Nnamdi Kanu more than any other person. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
He wants to play. I'm not interested.
Thank you.
And I'm not going to be interested even till tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hi. Sorry. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yes. Sorry. Yeah. What I was trying to say is, it's good that we are here. In the time when in Europe there was a time they had what they called enlightenment. So perhaps this is our own enlightenment period. Now, good thing about logic is that good reason always give way to a better one. What Nnamdi Kanu has always advocated from the time I have been I've known him, he's saying, let's have a debate. So when people debate, good reasons will always give way to a better one. Now, referendum is one way of showing what people want. And that's, as far as I know, that's what Nnamdi Kanu has been asking for. And that's what IPOB has been asking for, referendum. This issue of Biafra is nobody has said Nigeria give you, because you don't. Biafra is existing. It has always been existing. So nobody is giving you Biafra. But what he is saying, let's have a referendum to make sure that all of us are in it. If we want to form Nigeria, then that is the way we can. Each one will have their own constitution. You see, I don't know how you say you have a nation, a federation, where the federal is giving the state, is creating the state. It's an anomaly. Federal doesn't create the state. It's the state that creates the federal. Okay? You can never have a constitution. You have a federal government have a constitution, federal constitution, without having a state constitution. It's not possible. So you cannot, until each one of the ethnic nationality have their own constitution, from where they can now negotiate with one another and say, okay, let's come together because we want to form Nigeria. And each one will now say, this is what I'm going to give, and this is what I'm going to receive. That's the only way to go about this. Now, a lot of people don't want to. They say, oh, we have been here in federal Nigeria, the Britain have put us together, let's continue that way. You see, the worst case scenario is when Nigeria will implode. As a matter of fact, I know that it is going to, there's no two way about it. Nigeria will never survive because it's not created to survive. Okay, it's not created to survive. Even if for 20 years, maybe those who fought war, like Obasanjo, like Babangida, they are trying to see, but they can find a way to see if they like this name called Nigeria by having a referendum so that people can now decide and then come together. We are living in Europe. Europe, you have 300 people in one country, some even 1 million, So TV people are afraid to form a nation of their own. Maybe Ijaw people are afraid to form a nation of their own, but they can come together if they want. If they're afraid, they can say, okay, but that time they will have the power to negotiate what they really want, what the terms of federation is going to be. That's what I'm arguing for. That's what I'm arguing for.
Is it the same thing you're arguing for?
Yeah, I am.
No, we're not debating. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. No, we're not going there.
I'll have my time.
It's good to know.
Thank you.
I'll have my time.
Thank you so much. And Chris, I want to let you know that even that discussion was held. I was part of that meeting where the Middle Belt people met to the southeast. I mean the southeast. Yeah. But let's go on. I'm not adding new more this thing. Yeah. Mr. Janaba.
Thank you, KJ. On the topic, I was hearing where you guys are discussing there should be justice for Nnamdi Kanu. And what I mean is that he should have a fair hearing, just like any other person. And if the case is made and not before the judge, and the evidence is whatever they are holding him for is proven, he should face his days. But otherwise, there's no point of holding him in DSS perpetually. That's all about that. And referendum, Nnamdi Kanu cannot ask Nigerian to have a referendum referendum is a political negotiation between the states that are willing to come and negotiate on the floor. They've done it in UK and every other country. It takes a political will of the same people to speak for themselves and push it to the floor. So, and it's in Nigeria, yes, our constitutions allows it. So it's led for the East, West, North political leaders to push it behind the closed door and finally bring it to the floor. That's how referendum can be voted on whatever people can go with. So the, any other thing, we are all Nigerians as presently, and we should pray for good of will of the people of Nigeria. All the bad thing happening across Nigeria and around the world, let there be intervention, a divine intervention that will bring peace, and especially when it's the poor people that is suffering it. I don't know why God made it thus. I wish the other people should feel it the same way so that they can force it. Peace, negotiation,
Sorry,
peace talk.
never, please. God didn't make it. God didn't make it, please.
I'm not saying
Okay?
God now.
Please.
Did I
God
say
didn't make
God?
it.
I did
Chris,
not
Because
please
say God.
allow him. Allow him.
I
No,
did
no,
not say
no. Please
God made
let him finish.
anything here. Did I say God made anything?
No, say God allowed
Okay.
it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I said, I pray that those that are causing this havoc should face the pain of the poor people. I don't know why they cannot face it. That when they will face it, they'll quickly have an answer. Politically, if anything happen in America today and affect those in power, let's say senator's child is killed in any accident, whether by drunk driving, they will push and to the severe punishment of that driver. So that is how things are changed. What if it's only affecting the poor? The poor will not have a say. So I say I don't know why God did that. That's when I say that they should have faced the other side. So having said that, KJ, you're always my mind. You look nice on your Sunday tie. I hope God hear your prayer like that.
Thank you so much, Janaba. Thank you. And I think based on Janaba's conclusion, we'll bring it to a close. And because the beat must go on, just like those days when we were growing up, they used to have this song, and the beat goes on. So the discussion will definitely continue. It's not going to stop. We have gone. I want to let you guys know that we have actually sat for almost 5 hours now. The maximum time was supposed to 3 hours, but many people are coming in, and I felt more people should be given an opportunity to speak, especially the fact that we're not going to have a second stream today because Mother Bronco, that person know if I would. So me too, I need to go and get something to eat and take care of myself to get ready for tomorrow. So on behalf of Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Damages and the channel, I want to thank Master sincerely. Master came in quite early, and I'm happy he's here because he always brings another dimension to the discussion so that we all can hear ourselves. Sometimes if you don't hear the other side, it may be too extreme. But when you hear the other one, you can be able to balance your view if people allow themselves to listen to people. Because sometimes you can be here and you refuse to listen, or you have your mind is already made up on issues, and so you come here with that notion and you refuse to learn. But it's a platform we all learn and we get enlightened, and then thank you so much, Maska, for coming. Thank you, Anne Lechuku. Good to hear you. Your contribution was quite valuable, and we appreciate your coming in. Please do come again. We will be here by the grace of God on Saturday next week and Sunday, of course. And then,
thank
my
you,
friend,
Incense man.
Eh?
Incense man.
The spirit man.
Yes. We
All
are all
right.
joining you to thank him.
The
Yes.
governor of Edo State, Okpebolo.
Yes, we thank him. He was the very first person. In fact, he was warning me since yesterday, go and sleep because this program is going to get tough. So I
The
guess, yeah, he was actually right. It was a tough session, but we thank God we have been able to sail through. Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate your coming in on our politics. CM is full of wisdom and has a lot of information that we all can gain from. If not for anything, even if you disagree with him, you can go and read up what he's quoting for you and see what you can make of it. That's the way I learned. Massa posted something on the comment section yesterday. I went back to go and read it. I went back to look at it. It was on the plateau killings and the timelines, and I think it made a lot of sense. And I have it now as a copy. So there's always something to gain when you allow yourself to listen to the other people. And so CM has wealth of experience we all can gain. He's a researcher, so we also can gain from his wealth of collection of books. And OT is always very straight to the answer. He doesn't speak too much, but I understand. Since you miss being a reverend father, it's not too far from being able to know why you use your words very carefully. All right, thank you. We appreciate your coming and we appreciate your valuable experiences and thoughts. My brother Ike is always here. People have now come to say you are one of the brains behind this channel, so they like to hear you because your wisdom is different from that which any other person will bring in. So we appreciate your contribution also. And Chris, my man, Chris, I don't know. I need to read some of the books you are reading because you always have a different angle to things. And we thank you for coming also. Jonaba is, I don't know, Jonaba, when I see the mark on your face, I'm trying to put you around the Agatu side, but I don't know if that's where you're from. Or the Gumale side, those sides, all the, yeah, but, you make complete the panel whenever you come. Your own submissions are always different from every other person. So whether we like it or not, it makes value, it adds value to whatever we're doing here. I really appreciate each and every one time you come here, because I, for one, I do not joke with people's time. Time is what nobody can replace. Time is so powerful that once it's spent, it cannot be recovered. So this day, on the 12th day of October, you have spent 4-5 hours sitting on this panel, spending your time and your treasure. It's not easy for Mascaways in Nigeria. It's always, the data there is so expensive, and it sits true. So we on behalf of Dr. Damage appreciate that this invaluable contributions that you bring. So we don't take it for granted. And CM is almost midnight in London, but you are here. So we thank you, and all of us, those of us who are in Mr. Ike, somewhere in your place too. I don't know what the time is there now, but I know also it's not a very friendly time that you are there.
KJ, you can give me 30 seconds. Let me ask Oti something. Oti, please, did you run away like me from seminary school, or where did you run away from, or you decided not to? Which one did you run away? Or you decided not to?
I only did the 5 years, the junior seminary, so I didn't go to the senior seminary.
My own was Umawa Seminary School. Where did you
I went to the Pioneers, Oka Diocese, when it was created with Pioneers, the first seminary, St. Dominic Silver Seminary and St. John Bosco, Oka, so yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
yes.
My final exam, I ran away to Lagos and I continued.
Good for me to bring it to a close. Father, let us close. It is good to hear that
everyone. Good night. Good night.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate all of you. And as we begin to draw to a close, I just want to close. And thank you, Chris.
Right.
Okay, thank
everybody.
Next week.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow, I'm left with my man, the very person I tell with. Thank you so much, and also good night. Right, that was it. It was not a very easy discussion, but we did have it, and that's how it should be. You see, the truth of the matter remains, no matter what you look at, no matter which way you are looking at Nigeria, no matter which angle you are looking at it, if we do not make a conscientious effort to live together in peace, we may be living in pieces. If we don't come together and discuss our internal policies and politics, we will always not be able to move forward. People are accusing Ted Cruz of interfering in Nigerian affairs, but we created that avenue that made him to first of all interfere in what is going on in Nigeria. It is too long for a nation with governance, with government, military, air force, police, the army, and the navy, not to be able to control a ragtag army called Boko Haram. This Nigerian army is the same Nigerian army that was able to bring peace to Liberia, to Sierra Leone, Gambia, and other places around Africa and the world. And yet, a few ragtag army cannot be taken care of. It beats anybody's imagination to think that that is true. But however you look at it, lives are being lost. Whether the people think that the Americans are spinning it or not, they are spinning it only because you have failed in your own duty as people, as a country, to take care of your citizens. Their life and property is the first priority of any given government. We shouldn't wait for the outsiders to tell us what to do for our people. We shouldn't wait for people to be, the genocide to continue before we recognize that that's what it is. It's not a question of debate. It's not what our National Assembly should be taking to send senators to come and speak on behalf of Nigeria in Washington, D.C. It has nothing to do with that. Fix your country, fix your people, fix your security. You don't have to explain to anybody. They are simply saying, calling your attention to what is available or what's going on in your country. On the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, whether you love him or you don't love him, injustice to one is injustice to all. If you think that somebody who is in the custody of the government for 10 years and the government is not yet able to bring guilty verdict for the person, then you are making a mistake. Because with every paraphernalia of governance, you should be able to know how to bring someone to justice if you think that's really a crime. But you have failed to do that because there's nothing actually to hold him on. You have not obeyed your law, your own courts that dismissed and acquitted him. 3 different courts are given verdicts, including the appeal court, for which you have refused to obey. Now, the good thing about it is that there is international norms, or rather, should I say, laws that are being followed, which is the law of extraordinary rendition, for which, when carried out, you have no right whatsoever to try such a person. We have said, the Kenyan court have said they did not participate and that we illegally moved Nnamdi Kanu out of Kenya. The Kenyan authority, government, have said they are not part of what was done to Nnamdi Kanu. They didn't take part, contrary to the views of the former Attorney General of Nigeria, Malami, where he said that they collaborated with Interpol to bring him in. Interpol said they don't have any such record that they ever participated in anything. In fact, the Interpol man said it was the first time he's been hearing that. They never took part in it. So are we saying we are dealing with a rogue government that will decide to lie against a nation and against an organization just to make yourself look clean? So what we are simply saying is this: assuming that in your own, thinking, your own mind, you don't think you think he has committed a grievous crime. If he drops dead today, are you going to take the cops to the law court and prosecute the cops? God forbid that happens. So we are saying collectively, and we have all concluded, even those who do not agree with him think he should be given an opportunity to go and be treated. Go and treat him. Let him have treatment. The most important thing on earth is the life that you and I have. Because once there's no life, there's nothing anybody can do. Not the law, not the government. So let's call a spade a spade. and let life once again come back to Nigerian government as the most sacrosanct thing that government should protect in any given society. Yeah, we have other topic we could have discussed, but we didn't want to go there because we know that this was going to be a whole handful. But having said that, we want to say thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here, and it was a pleasure hosting also. These things don't come this easy, but today was quite simple. And whether you agree with us or not, please be here next week, Saturday. We'll also be out on Sunday, also will be here, and we'll do different topics which we are going to discuss. Please like the video. We're about 300 of us today. Like the video and share it so that more viewers can be attracted. And of course, subscribe if you have not done so, and so that we also can be able to make mileage in the broadcast. Remember, it is free of charge. The subscription is free. We're not charging you anything. This broadcast is free, and it took us a while to put all the materials together for your own enjoyment. And we wish you the best, and we pray God guidance, and that the week will be favorable to you, all your Monday and Tuesday, and indeed a whole week, and that which you are pursuing, God will give you. On that faithful note, I would like to leave you with my uncle, and he probably would have finished counting the money before we sign off. Until then, God bless you all.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,000,000 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not on the record. One.
Chukuna malugo yo biadi ocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solea Mano agaranya uwa Oboye afyozie nipakwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezio lisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we peluge peluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wane nika